Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Safe House Qualifier number 1. Icegar doing a wonderful job as an admin already, reminding Terran players to have their ghost skin be default. Because we're trying to lessen the chances of a female ghost coming up with 3 supply instead of 2, which is an actual thing that is happening right now in StarCraft 2, which I think is actually quite amusing. You know, maybe for the integrity of the competition, I shouldn't be saying that, but I don't know. You know, I mean, ideally, you know, the random chance skin, which happens, I think, no matter what. There's always a small chance that a ghost will pop out and it'll have the female Nova skin. I think that's still 3 supply, but as far as that impacting an overall Terran game, I feel like those chances are even lower than the Nova skin popping. So I'm not super worried about it. But anyway, yeah, we're almost ready to go. I have chosen a first series. It's just a question of whether or not people actually log on in time and are ready to go. Everyone who's on the bracket has checked in, which means that they've actually been present in the last hour. But you'll be surprised how much that happens, and then still they don't actually show up for the actual tournament start. But if everything goes according to plan, it should be Foxer versus Awesome Sauce for the series number 1, which I think it might be a decent match. I'm not actually sure about how close this is going to be. Foxer has been a semi-pro North American for quite some time, so I give him the edge immediately. But then Awesome Sauce, actually, I was going to say most well known for this, but maybe not, especially not anymore. He was actually the observer for almost all of like the studio WCS stuff years ago at this point. But really cool guy. Looks remarkably like Neeb, by the way, which is a totally unnecessary thing to mention, but it's really shocking how close he looks to him. But also is a grandmaster. So I think he was even chosen to observe because they were like, oh, we need an observer, crap. And he was like, hey, I'm in the area and I'm pretty good at StarCraft. And they were like, yeah, okay, fine, come on. So I think it'll be at least somewhat close. And I believe he plays Protoss. But that might be him looking like Neeb that has me confused. Anyway, all right, so we have reshuffled the bracket. Oh, okay. So the bracket has been reshuffled with the seating, and we're going to have instead, I think, Mute versus Foxer. And then maybe we'll follow Awesome Sauce and Master SC if that comes to play. So yeah, it's a small bracket, but this is apparently what's going to happen right now for StarCraft. I actually think that it's an interesting point to discuss. It's not necessarily a happy point to discuss, but I think it is interesting maybe to talk to the Twitch chat while we're waiting for them to be collected anyway, as I also have to do vetoes. Just to be clear, this is a double elimination tournament, all best of 3s until the qualifying match, which are the semifinals of each side of the bracket. But the interesting thing that's going on right now is that I think with StarCraft 2 withdrawing from premier tournaments, basically, because there might be EWC next year. We have no idea. And if EWC does get announced next year, at some point, hopefully sooner than this year, there might be some moderately sized tournaments because of that. But, we're not really expecting anything, even that EWC announcement. So that is unfortunate, but plenty of esports have existed without premier tournaments, and lots of esports, even they came up to premier tournaments, right? There's the grassroots and then they ascended. But unfortunately, StarCraft kind of this really unique situation where Brood War certainly started off very grassroots, but StarCraft 2, to say it started off grassroots is kind of like it's like a half truth because it exploded so quickly. Grassroots and would be eventually premier tournaments kind of came up together, but it was also like all these professional organizations were also kind of haphazard and almost grassrooty, if you will, just because it was the good old Wild West days. But regardless, the situation is that StarCraft 2 never really had this grassroots, really strong hold. And it's a very difficult game, as we all know. So a lot of the times people, they would look at a bracket and they'd be like, well, I'm not even close to top 30, so I'm not going to play in this one, which would have been fine. 30 people still playing. Still great. But then over the years, it's diluted more and more down to like, well, there's Cyril playing. So like, why should I bother trying to qualify? Cyril's going to qualify. So then you get very small brackets. And it's gotten worse, obviously, since premier tournaments have disappeared. So I think what we're going through right now is kind of our teenage phase of figuring out where we are as a community in an esport that can't rely on premier tournaments to kind of get the momentum going and keep people interested in all the tournaments that are happening. So right now, I think there will be a... I got new alerts. There's going to be a bit of a lull, which I think will hopefully improve as time goes on. I don't really know how long it's going to take for us to show better numbers for smaller tournament qualifiers, but I mean, it should happen eventually. Joe Bro, thank you very much for the 72 months while I'm talking, while I'm ranting, waiting for Foxter to get online. But, yeah, because just off the top of my head, eventually, if Cyril really wants to continue playing StarCraft 2, I mean, he's going to have to play in some of these smaller things. That's just like the only thing that's going to be available. Not that he would play in this one, just to be clear. I'm not calling him out specifically. But it's just one of those prime examples of someone who certainly didn't have to play and probably even had the benefit of not playing in smaller tournaments because then he could hide builds and stuff. But I think that's going to change. And I think eventually you'll get people who they don't necessarily look at the bracket and go like, well, I definitely can't make money or I definitely can't qualify. I guess I just won't play at all. And they'll just be like, yeah, it's a casual thing I do. And I don't really care if I win. But anyway, it is a bit sad to see low signups for these things across the board, right? Because Stellar Fest was also happening over the past couple of days. North America, Europe, and I think there was a global qualifier as well. And all of them did not have more than 20 signups, if that. So, is what it is. Hi, Stan! Thank you very much for the 18-month resub. I am drinking because apparently I am an alcoholic. No, I'm trying to get us in the mood for Safe House, which is happening in just 2 weekends, and there'll absolutely be drinking at Safe House. We'll all be alcoholics, I suppose. I need Sal to cast this? I'm not sure he would. I mean, I guess I could have invited him. I invited all of the Safe House casters to commentate this, but unfortunately they're all busy and or unavailable. So, and or asleep, I guess, in the case of State, who is in Korea. Sal has, well, not subathon things to do anymore, I guess, but he has his, whatever the follow-up to his subathon was, whatever you call that, to do. What about the main event? I actually asked Sal last year, I think, in case someone else couldn't show up, I want to say. But then someone else was able to show up. or something along those lines. But he was definitely a thought. But then this year, he even said when asked about it, he couldn't afford to take more vacation or more travel time. So it worked out in the end, but if I ever were to get a bigger house with more rooms and beds, I'd like to invite, maybe a couple more of the North Americans. You expect to survive if you don't train your liver now. Yes, exactly. Welcome to the fan club for cat treats. Oh, thank you very much. I think you're the first. Over on YouTube. Thank you. There's so much going on this weekend, is there? Whoops, I forgot to put on my own qualifier. Ugh. So I was actually kind of excited for Mute versus Foxer because I think Mute just played a pretty good game. A pretty good series versus Estrella in the North American Stellarfest, if I'm not confusing him with another 4-letter word player. So I think him versus Foxer would actually be quite close, but I'm not sure he's here. 15-minute walkover timer is the usual, which would suck because it's already a small bracket. There's a local StarCraft 2 tournament happening in your area? Shocking. In Leipzig, home of the most passionate people I know. Just kidding. It's not. Although I still love Germany and Germans. Leipzig was not a particularly exciting event. Got getting at the short end of the stick, though. It was always one of the first events. Which means no one really cared because there was no like pressure on the line for points back then. Only an alcoholic if you stop drinking. Because that's when you feel the withdrawal effects, and that's what really proves you're an alcoholic. Trying to follow the logic on that one. Okay, I followed it. Nice. CS2 running Home Story Cup vibes. I definitely don't pay attention a lot to any of the other esports, just their premier stuff. So I'll know when they have like a world championship coming up. I'll know when, for instance, the big CS event or news right now is that they have taken down Impact, which is the women's only league, which was having a lot of problems anyway. And I mean, I'm not going to say it was. I'm not going to say the signs were there, but I guess they kind of were, just because like they, as far as I could kind of tell watching the scene a little bit, is that they just like they've been more and more money has been taken out of it, and more like tournaments have been taken out of it, and then they just completely cut it. So I guess it's not really surprising, but it is sad. It's just going to move all the woman talent in CS:GO over to Valorant, which still has a very large women's circuit. All right, so it looks like Mute might not be responding, which is very unfortunate. I mean, I'm okay to give him with a little more allowance, especially since Foxer won't be playing anyone, even if he gets an advance for a little while. But yeah, it looks like we're going to get into Eggs versus Warren, which are two GMs. And then I can't really say as to how close this will be other than that. But we are getting into a game, which is mostly what I want. So let's start prediction. Who wins this best of 3? Someone other than a European on these lists. Oh my god, it's amazing. Astounding. I guys think of my camera being over there instead. That's going to be for Safe House, so I think it works out better. I feel like I forgot something. Because I was in still a bit of a hurry. Last night I did some editing on videos, but I still didn't finish by 11. So I went to sleep, and then I woke up and finished videos. And I think everything's in order. Okay. It's going to be a ZVZ. In the top right, it is eggs. I played team games while waiting for the other casters to join a free-for-all. In the bottom left, it is Warren. Oh man, a ZVZ. I actually did not remember what race Warren played. I thought it was Protoss. I was wrong. But this is actually kind of exciting then, because we just don't get ZVZs. We do not. So ZVZs, good old, let's say America's ZVZ. Representing all over the Western Hemisphere, I suppose. Don't know what this is going to look like, but North America, I mean, really, yeah, all the Americas, honestly. All the Americas, like, they have this reputation. North America, maybe a little more if you're not someone who watched a lot of, like, LATAM, for instance, qualifiers or tournaments that were happening when they were. But North America always seen as kind of not just a little bit cheesy. I mean, Korea is seen as cheesy and aggressive and really cutthroat. But no, North America is like kind of cheesy, but then with a layer of just goofiness to it, which is always fun. And then I think the same goes for Central and South America, honestly, because, I mean, for instance, look at this, all right? So this actually isn't all that surprising if you have watched some of the players, or eggs specifically, before. But it is probably surprising if, for instance, you do watch nothing but Korea and Europe, which is not the extractor trick there, but rather the evolution chamber block from egg. So he actually sent a drone across the map, which is already unorthodox in ZVZ. And then on top of that, used some minerals temporarily for evolution chamber, lost some when he canceled, just to get the player to have an uncomfortable type of gas mining. So Warren, I mean, if he knows eggs at all, and I think he would at least a little bit, most of the players signing up here today have been in StarCraft for a very long time, you know, making names as far as North America events, or again, Latin America events sometimes, or Copa America, like whatever has been happening. But again, not on like the grander scale, but they would kind of know each other and face each other on the ladder as well when the servers don't quite match up as well as you would hope, and so on and so forth. Anyway, deals with it very calmly, doesn't panic. Sometimes you'll see really good players actually panic if they have something like that happen, funnily enough, just because it doesn't compute with their typical matchup, and they'll be like, oh god, I'm going to pull the drones, which would have been terrible. No, I just was like, well, that's only blocking that extractor, really, so I'll just take this one. So a little lost mining, I guess, a little lost mining on egg side, of course, but I mean, as far as the gas, maybe it's a little bit later. But really not by very much. It seems perfectly timed on the side of Warren to get the replacement gas, so well responded to. Third hatches for both players. There's a little nibbling going on. I feel like we see so little ZVZ. I have to even go over, like, the basics of this matchup. This was PVT. I would assume you guys know literally everything. But ZVZ, it's like, right, so the third hatch is a good thing. Banelings versus Banelings. I would say you get a little more Ling Baneling aggression in these regions, which again makes it a little more exciting. Also can make a little goofier of games. And we are going to have Warren go ahead and make quite a few Lings. Sometimes you'll see this in other regions, and maybe they skip the Baneling nest, so it's kind of like this almost like facade of attacking, where they're actually trying to skip the Baneling nest and go into roaches. But this is actually going to be a Ling Baneling attack. Egg's actually getting some Lings as well, but then going back into drones. This is a bit more of a safety move from Eggs. Maybe looking to nibble if Warren is being particularly greedy, but by this time, the Overlord has seen Warren's Lings moving across the map. Banelings have already been made. Eggs even getting an Overlord right there is quite nice, but then not quite controlling the Baneling. We are going to be playing on North American servers. So that is not beneficial to eggs, so there is a little bit of that going on, but yeah, definitely needs to make sure these banelings stay alive. Another one was wasted. 2 coming in now for Warren. He has stopped building lings, however, so he's just looking for the damage he can find right here, and that is going to be 5 drones. Not too bad, actually, as well as the queens being caught off guard. Eggs focus on trying to keep his drones alive, did not have enough reinforcements over there, loses 2 queens. That is quite a lot. ZVZ, very larva intensive, and you need those queens actually actively. Those are all of his queens. Wow. Yeah, well, that's especially bad then, isn't it? They even have a 3rd queen, whereas, of course, Warren has been injecting this entire time, so that's already, besides the direct damage done here by Warren, just the fact that he's injecting is huge, and it looks like he's going to go ahead and just follow this up with an attack, or maybe just prepping the defense, knowing that eggs will try and counter-attack him. But I feel like Ling Baneling already working out for Warren as far as the defense goes, adding on roaches as well. So is eggs. But Warren, he's got defender's advantage, unless something goes really wrong with the micro here. Focus firing with the queens right now. Oh, okay, trying to trade out. Eggs using the banelings on his opponents, hoping that might give him an edge, but he just doesn't have those link follow-ups, a lot because of larva, I would say, but he's actually just low on minerals. He did add on that roach Warren before everything went to shit, basically, so he is able to larva manage a little bit better thanks to those units, and he does get some revenge on the drone line. 5 drones going down for Warren as well, as Eggs gets a couple of units into the main base. I mean, it's a bit scrappy, isn't it? Eggs, he ends up ahead 3 drones. He was behind for that minute that lasted, but now is ahead, and in fact seems to be just taking that in stride, saying, okay, well, that was enough damage, and I'm going to go into a lair, an evolution chamber. Because with both of them building roaches, I mean, Warren did build more. Funnily enough, they're stuck. There was a chance, of course, that Eggs would think that he needed to all in. Maybe I took too much damage. Maybe this guy had droned too much, and I need to do this. And he would have done an attack himself. And of course, Warren, as I was saying, could have also just been looking at an opportunity to kill the guy. Like, I did damage. I got his queens. He can't inject. He's going to be running out of larva. Let's just end it here. It is always difficult to end the game on slow roaches, especially if it's still kind of tight and contested. But it could have been possible if Eggs had chosen a drastic measure one way or another, like drastically putting in the drone, trying to recover his drone losses, or, of course, drastically all in, and then Warren would have defender's advantage. But things have really settled down. I mean, both of them going toe-to-toe as far as production of drones and army at this point. Oh, now a big round of drones coming out from Warren. We'll see if Eggs follows suit. Eggs is grabbing +1 missile. He's grabbing roach speed. Of course, his lair was much faster than his opponent. But he's not pumping out as many drones. There's a couple more added on. And all the gas is being taken for Eggs as well. I mean, Eggs is going to have a little bit more of that mobility thanks to the roach speed. He could make some moves out on the map. Seems comfortable at 53 drones. Some overlords on the way. But I was going to say, they're still quite not saturated. Maybe a little more action closer to the upgrades finishing. 4th base seems to be a target here for Eggs, as Warren also sends over a drone, very equally timed. Warren gets a little ahead on the drones. I feel like he has been for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that spike was with the action of Eggs' counterattack, but Warren has been a little bit ahead more consistently. And that roach speed is also on the way now for Warren. I don't think they'll be a major player in this game, but there's always a possibility. I mean, faster reinforcements coming out from Eggs should he decide to attack, and Ravagers are being built. It's a pretty good sign. Means that defender's advantage matters a little bit less for Warren. And then also the actual mobility, being able to get into a concave faster than your opponent. Being able to maneuver from one choke, one base to the other. Very important stuff. So Warren, even though he's got a lot of other things going for him, like +1 missile is going to be matched up. And his army count's actually superior, so that's especially good, right? It could be kind of scary waiting for that roach speed. But I thought Eggs was going to go for an attack. He's built 4 Ravagers. I thought he was going to build more and then go for it. Not doing it so much. I had a couple of drones, 2nd Evolution Chamber, Tunneling Claws, and Burrow. Upgrades on the way. 4 Ravagers just running around killing all the Overlords, which taking out your opponent's vision, obviously a good thing. Warren going to lose quite a bit, actually. There's obviously you put your Overlords across the map. And his EVC manages to dodge that one. But until you get that Overlord speed, which he is now investing into, they are going to be unsafe. 9 Overlords were built, by the way, so bit of a mineral bank there, and now appropriately used. Did have later gases than his opponent, so might have also had that imbalance of mineral to gas. But 2 evolution chambers now ready for Warren. He does have an attack to deal with, but I think he's going to be totally A-okay. Egg's looking for a little bit of distraction as well. Some links and across the map to the right side. I mean, the tiniest little bit. Warren responds very appropriately. And his overlords are still in position to scout a lot of things happening. Egg's about to lose his own, by the way. He did not invest into overlord speed, so he could lose sight of the map. But his tunneling claw is going to kick into action here, and he could start sending some this way and that. But he can't send too much, because clearly he needs to worry about defending. At this point, Warren should recognize the graphical difference. Tunneling claws, not tunneling claws. Know that that is a potential issue. No defense is going up as of yet. Just a lot more into the army. 2-1, arguably a little ahead, actually, for Warren. His Eggs +1 carapace didn't happen as fast as that evolution chamber. And again, he did have to worry about this push. He still has to. He's down 10 army supply. The tunneling claws is in effect. We got some running across the map, but that's taking away from the defense at that 4th. So can Eggs hold on? A lot of Crosabile coming down. The Ravagers going down on either side as well. Who is actually winning this battle? The supply certainly says that Warren is. Eggs needs these Roaches to do a heck of a lot of damage because he has been broken on the 4th base. Decides to emergency burrow his remaining units. Hope that they maybe can accumulate later on, but so much more army is alive for Warren. He won that basically no contest. Yeah, maybe he rallied units that were supposed to be defending here, but that just means that this army not going to be taken down anytime soon. It looks like he is worried about the tunneling claws dealing a good amount of damage. 15 drones have gone down. He's maybe waffling a little bit or just really taking his time, knowing that needs to be a very good approach here. Maybe he could win with this army. He decides that he can, but he needs to be kind of sure about it, lest the tunneling claws do more damage. But I think he's right to call this. This is going to be a win for Warren on the front lines. Drones also going down for Eggs. The Warren is still losing more, and actually just the barely maybe hold here. 11 arm supply difference. Eggs holding on with Queens transfusing, desperately trying to get those Roaches out, hoping that +1 carapace finally kicks in as well. Warren has had the upgrade lead for that battle, but it was barely not enough to pierce on through, and Eggs still with some Roaches causing problems at the 3rd base. Going to continue being able to do this. Actually decides to swap over into Aspire. That seems like a dangerous call when you consider, well, I guess it's a little bit cheaper now, isn't it? Hey, the patch is affecting ZVZ. But yeah, it is a little bit cheaper. A little bit faster as well, and while that still could be a tough call to make in the midst of a very tight game, Roaches versus Roaches, I could definitely see the logic to it. If you're thinking the tunneling claws can continue buying you time, if you figured you did enough damage, they're not simply going to overwhelm you with Roaches, slipping that in guarantees that the mutas are going to be out. But the mutas may be affecting the battle. Always a question, right? 6 mutas, how much are they going to affect Roach versus Roach? In this case, probably a decent amount, especially if they actually get out and on the map. We also got Roaches from Warren doing some damage. He had also invested into tunneling claws, and they are not only going to do some economic damage as well as kill another queen, but they're also going to scout the Spire. But I mean, it's still a problem. The Spire, if it's out, if 7 mutas come across the map, start harassing these Roaches, that's so much extra added damage. Obviously, they're also going to be forced to build spores and worry about queen counts and all that good stuff. But there's no way that Warren is going to be able to afford Hydras or infestors, or definitely not Vipers anytime soon, right? So he's not going to have a very stable answer to these mutas, which basically guarantees Eggs map control if he can get them out. But getting them out before the Roach attack happens is pretty crucial, and unfortunately that has not happened. 9 mutas on the way, but Warren going for the throat, knowing that he has to hit this timing right now, decides to attack. No Ravagers in his army, going for speed right now, and now going for the 3rd hatch. Drones already have fallen for Eggs as he set down to 26. More to fall, guaranteed. Tunneling claws to get past the obstructions here, as well as just regen, right? They're going to heal up any damage these mutas are doing. These mutas are going to have a heck of a time killing all these Roaches. It's full-on base trade territory. Exactly what we want from an Americans-based tournament. Hells yeah. Warren has a supply lead, but it can get really weird, especially with mutas in the air and nothing to directly confront them. Warren not going to be able to defend his own bases, trying to build spore crawlers, but he can't actually defend those either. The mutas could be an amazing gamble in this situation. I think they already are an amazing gamble. He's up to 13 mutas, by the way, which are starting to pierce through the Roaches despite the carapace, despite the regen, and this looks very good for Eggs. Those mutas are going to be worth their weight in gold in this weird-ass base trade as the Roaches on either side continue to decimate the infrastructure. this is full-on base race, I would even argue. You know, like, who is going to have the last building available? Both of them do have to keep track of that. Neither one of them with enough minerals, and it looks like Warren not going to try and go for the base races. Roach is the side of the map. They had already died, actually. They were dying to the mutas, so he couldn't even win the literal base race, last building killed, and he is forced to tap out. Eggs. What a decision. What a call. One that I think is also more on the mind of a lot of these players than, again, perhaps their European counterparts, where maybe the Muta is more of like this very strict build, maybe a very, like, you know, logical, calculated reaction to some things. But I feel like when you get over into the Americas, especially Latin America, actually, like the Muta preference just goes skyrockets. So they'll go for it, not necessarily when it's like a strict build, not necessarily when it's like this logical counter to something, but when they're just like, I have an opportunity, I know this is going to make this game hella messy. And that it did. Very fun first game here. Getting into game 2 already on Pylon. And I do feel like similar things are going to happen in this EVZ, but maybe the other way this time. It's a great call for the Spire, though. I actually think, you know, I'm saying, like, they won't go for the logical thing as if they're just flying by the seat of their pants, which I think sometimes they are. But I mean more like this really practiced, you know, like, oh, I've played a billion of these types of games, and I always go as Muta at this point because it really works out for me. Although in Egg's case, that actually might be the case. He probably plays a lot of games like that whenever he gets CVZs. And he probably does like Muta's interaction with them. Anyways, we have our game 2. Lovely color choices on them, by the way. Amazing. Probably should not let them do that next time. But top left, it is Eggs. Bottom right, it is Warren. It says double elimination, and it's not that big of a bracket. Double elimination sometimes is more of a slog, even for the players, to be honest. You know, most of the time, players are going to say for multiple chances to win. Honestly, I think even they agree sometimes certain tournaments, qualifiers, like double bracket's just a slog. But when it's nice and short, you know, just giving them a second chance in case they're having an off series, I wanted to do that. And it's also a little bit shorter than usual because, again, those semifinals are going, or the finals, I did say it incorrectly earlier, sorry, but the finals, obviously they do award the winner a qualification spot, so there's no sending the lower bracket and then coming back for the grand finals. If you watch a lot of the Open Cups, you know what I mean. In this case, that wouldn't happen. If Special were to win in the upper bracket, which is fairly likely, you know, he would actually advance, not have to wait the lower bracket out. But alright, so we didn't have Eggs with the little evolution chamber trick, which, did not end up working out so well, I feel like, on that map, where you would think that it would. I'm not sure if there's better placement. I'm not sure if the map makers actually decided to do something different than earlier map makers, honestly, because so obviously if you did it on a map like this, if you put the evolution chamber here, actually there's other reasons to put the evolution chamber there, but we have Lings on the way, and I do think that's worth noting. So Warren went for some early hatch gas pool, so he still has all of these things, but they're earlier than Eggs. Oh no, pool first. Oh, that's why. Okay. So, but he still went for pretty fast gas. I mean, speed already being on the way. I was thinking about the evolution chamber chip. We're actually getting evolution chamber trick. And I got caught up so in that, I didn't pay attention to the early build orders. But that's clearly a fault. ZVZ can get spicy very quickly. I'm so used to TVP. I'm just going to admit it. It's like, the factory expand versus the next, whatever. Now, ZVZ actually does get interesting very early on. So I'll talk about the evolution chamber stuff later on. If we get another game, for instance, sometimes it can lead to an all-in, which is kind of funny. But now this is a very dedicated attack. Warren is going to show the Lings, realizing, I guess, those Lings are going to get in no matter what. And the Queen is not going to be able to stop him. His speed, I'm not sure that's the ideal time to show your units, But the speed is, it was only 15 seconds away from finishing, so I think maybe just go for it, right? But this means that Eggs gets his queens in position. Spawns are being built in both locations, are already halfway done. 2 more queens are on the way. Hopefully they get gathered up for the defense where they're picked off. And Warren is going to have a lot of trouble actually breaking this. Gets 1 cancel on the spine. Might find this queen, but she does get a little bit back to her sisters, I suppose. One of them does go down, but the transfuse happened on the wall to hold that. Baneling's now occurring here for Warren. Not really going to be able to get amazing shots because it's really about the queens right now, but they're being used very well. Now going for the queens a little bit, as well as some lings that were packed in there. 1 more queen is going to barely hold the ramp, so the spine crawler can actually burrow, and Warren is in a lot of trouble. Does not even get the last queen. Down 9 drones. Yes, 2 bases. Yes, with the Baneling nest. But that economy is going to be rough. Does finally get the queen, and then is going to try and go for a little bit more in the main base. Spinecrawler can only help out for so much. Just a couple of drones, very much necessary here, but doesn't get a single one. Nice pull there from Eggs, as he also grabs a Baneling nest. Obviously, one of the big problems of this for Eggs is that his lings are going to be slow. But, you know, frankly, if he has more, he has more. If they can catch Warren before Warren gets into the main base, then fair game as well. The ling speed can be an issue sometimes, but in this case, no, the hold was long enough on the ramp, the spine crawler helping. And the Baneling's obviously a further help to stop lings from being able to race past anything. At ling speed is no longer a problem. It is something that Warren can look at and say, okay, I have a certain amount of time before I have to worry about him attacking me, which is something. But not enough, I would say, to make up for the drones that he had not gotten. At this point, though, he has actually invested a lot into drones. So a couple of lings were sent over there, trying to pop some Banelings, trying to grab a couple of drones, grab 2, not bad. And then he was droning hard behind it, using hopefully that time at which speed was not done for Eggs to fit in those drones and perhaps even get ahead in this game. Ahead by 8 drones right now. If he could hold this lead, would be excellent, but speed is done. Warren needs to worry about the counterattack, which he has seen coming with this Overlord for quite some time. He's trying to get a wall, but this is a huge wall to have. This is very, very dangerous for Warren. He has to hold here. He's going to lose those drones he just made to actually catch up in this game. 3 Banelings looking for an amazing hit. Don't quite get it. Get one, not the other. The last second split from Warren as well. He would rather the Banelings to be used here, so maybe his lings had a chance, but it's just far too much. Warren, the last second, loses 19 drones, by the way. Is forced to tap out, and that'll be Eggs moving on in the bracket. Warren again has that lower bracket chance should he choose to play it. Sometimes they do not, but it is top 2 from this qualifier, so I feel like there's a decent chance of making it through there. Fun little ZVZ. Eggs looking very sharp in that matchup, though, and he's going to face the winner of Master versus Eon. Eon defeated Awesome Sauce 2-0. Kamikaze defeated Vast 2-1. Feels like we got a lot of GMs here. You know, I was thinking there'd be a couple of Masters players, maybe 1 or 2 just, you know, for fun below Masters players. But I think everyone who signed up and actually checked in is at least Grandmaster. People really like Eggs' nickname. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to like. It's funny because I feel like I do see this every time he plays. There is a second open qualifier happening next weekend. So if you feel like you're not playing very well today, you could just wait for next weekend. Eggs put the GG in easy. Hey, it doesn't make it. Yeah, that's pretty clever. But we're going to be waiting for another match. Maybe we'll just hop into game 2 if it's available. Looks like Mute might have actually showed up, so that's nice as well. Probably cast the upper bracket. Although, again, Special's pretty favored. I mean, Special hasn't played as much as he used to. Been more absent, as a lot of players have been, so it's not that surprising. But I suspect, even if he wasn't practicing daily, Special would still win with a bit of a warm-up against most players signing up here. I guess as we have a little lull, I have made some videos showcasing some fun things that's going to happen at Safe House. So let me go ahead and set that up. If I can find them. Fun things at a StarCraft 2 event. I don't believe it. Let's see, media source. All right, we'll play this one. Safe House 2 is an attempt to bring fun back into StarCraft tournaments and to bring the community into the tournament more than ever. With your help last year, we made Fruitland map 1 of the finals. Was it balanced? Probably not. Did the players even know how to play the map? Definitely not. But it was fun. And so we're doing it again, except this time, chat gets polled on which map to play. When crowdfunding hits $6,900, chat unlocks the power to decide map 1 of the grand finals. Well, they face off on Metropolis, famous for its Archon toilet moment in GSL. Will the finals include Catalina, a 3-spawn map only really remembered thanks to a certain organization's map intro? Will Cactus Valley make an appearance in StarCraft again, after it arguably debuted Blink DT, thanks to Nightmare in a game versus Gumiho? Can Arkanoid be played on? Like, actually, can the players figure out this map? Or will we decide to all take a chill pill and play the finals out on cozy, comfortable Belshire Beach? There's absolutely no guarantee these maps will be balanced for the current state of the game. With the donation goal met, a poll will play out for day 1 and 2 of Safe House up to the finals. Whichever map has the most votes will be the battlefield for game 1. Support the prize pool and unlock the poll, and decide how the finals begin. Head to matchuno.com/t/safehouse2 and help shape the tournament. Safe House 2 is an attempt to bring fun back into Star. That's right, you can decide the maps. Assuming we get that much. But I think it'll be fun. I don't know which map I actually would prefer Game 1 to be on. I chose some maps that had some meme, had some fondness, had some craziness. I don't really think of a lot of maps in the last 6 years, actually, of being all that crazy and fun. So a lot of them are going to be from early Legacy of the Void or even previous expansions. But I do kind of want to see Arkanoid, just because it was such a dumb map, even in Pro League. Like, you would just never field anyone but a Terran on it. That's why it was always TVT. It was in that video as well. You could get a natural. I don't know if you could get a third. I think you could get a third, maybe. But then you were locked, and then you had to break a bunch of rocks to actually get anywhere else. Arkanoid is, yeah, absolutely played in Pro League, yeah. Never understood why Belshire Beach was turned into snow at some point. Because they were doing like a little winter thing. You know, a little seasonal change. I liked it. And there's plenty of beaches in the world that do actually get snow. I mean, beaches aren't only found close to the equator or something, you know. Should make a mod where you can switch between patches and add-ons. I mean, I don't know about mod switching patches, of course. But there's plenty of add-ons you could do. Thing is, no one's really interested in playing on previous patches. Even if... Because, well, I guess I was just say it. At no point in the history of StarCraft 2 has a patch ever been so bad that someone has made a previous patch mod and then enough people played on it. Which is not to say that there have been nothing but good patches. It's never been that bad. Not yet. Am I 100% on that? Yes, there is no patch that has ever had people play a previous patch in enough numbers to matter. It'd be like, I once had a group of 15 people who played a pre-Queen buff patch in Wings of Liberty. It's like, okay. Sure, you guys had a lot of fun. Whoops. Alright, so Master versus Eggs is coming up first, actually. Oh, Meat versus Foxer is finally happening. Oh, well, okay. I already went. I mean, the scene does follow professional tournaments, which is, you know, some of the problem actually right now that I was talking about earlier. But I think you would have to have a truly atrocious patch, perhaps even literally game-breaking, for a sizable amount of the community to play on a modded custom lobby situation. It'd be much easier if this was, you know, we were on all shield battery because it was the preferred ladder. And then shield battery was like, hey, we don't think the new patch is very good and you're all going to be forced playing the last one. But convincing a number of people to swap off this very convenient matchmaking, press the button, go. Yeah, you literally play with Bug Cyclones for a year. They would bug Colossus for months. It's just too hard. And have I ever thought that the game has really gotten that bad either? No. See, I think I'm actually a very, elitist person, and you all are just beneath me. No. I do think I'm a bit of a harsh person. Just because, you know, plenty of people will complain about patches, as we see. And it feels like it's just more than ever, with every new patch, by the way, that the passion is really being shown. But for me, when people come in and they're like, wow, Storm just got so much stronger, I'm like, okay, but does it matter for you, really? And they'll be like, yeah, of course it matters. My Lings all die faster. Some guy posted a stat today which showed the average amount of kills a High Templar Storm gets across all the leagues in StarCraft, and it's like doubled or something for ZVP, which is, you know, that's some neat information. Like, it definitely shows that Storm is better. But again, I would just be like, does it really matter in your league though? I mean, whenever I get frustrated playing against Storm in my league, like Masters 3, let's say, I don't necessarily go, well, because it got better, fuck that guy. I'm the same amount of frustrated against Storm as I am before the patch. And the same amount of, okay, well, I really can't blame them because, you know, I definitely didn't use my EMPs correctly, and I definitely didn't do this correctly, and God, I'm such a bad player. So, That's what I mean when I think I'm a bit cruel. The epitome of get good, son. All right, we're into another game, guys. Someone actually was like, you know, Storm just got so much better versus carriers. This could have unintended consequences for PvP. And I'm really happy that so far the responses to that thread were good. Because that's my initial response as well, which is like, oh, not as much Sky Toss, which is already rare in PvP, of course, but still good. All right, we're into a new series. In the top left, we just saw him defeat Warren in his EVZ. It is Eggs. In the bottom left, we do have Master as the Red Protoss, who I know nothing about. I'm just going to say it right now. I have, you know, watched a couple of these people for a long time at this point. I know some of the people just based off of X, Y, or Z. But two people I really don't know from the bracket are Eon and Master, unless I've forgotten something. But I know that Eon defeated Awesome Sauce, and then Master defeated Eon. Master joined in with a lobby, a Masters League border, but I'm going to go ahead and guess they're GM more often than not. But I don't know what that compares to Eggs, because really it's a huge... Even in GM, you know, top 200 of a region, there's still a huge amount of difference between, like, GM 154 and GM 32. So, we're going to watch and find out. And if nothing else works, if Protoss wins, we'll just blame the patch, because that's what we do, apparently, in StarCraft. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, the new patch is going to affect this matchup. No doubt about it. Storm is going to affect this matchup. No doubt about it. And maybe it would affect this matchup the most just with how the dynamic is, I suppose. You know, first of all, Zerg doesn't have a more direct response to Storm. They don't have an EMP that could, with perfect micro, theoretically, like, take out Storms. They also are obviously more massable with units that don't get a heal unless it's over time, and they have Lings, which die in droves. So there's just a lot of reasons why it would make sense that they would be affected, although it is, as I was saying in my patch videos, the patch is almost certainly directed at PvT more than anything else, but did touch on the other matchups, and anything directed at PvT is going to touch on the other matchups. It's just what happens in an asymmetrical game. But I'm not sure it's going to be the deciding factor of this series, because I don't know the Protector skill levels. My gut instinct is again to say that Eggs is going to win here, just because I know Eggs has been in a lot of competition over the years. Eggs is actually in the last safe house, by the way, and I don't really know much about Master. And if there's anything, like, okay, he could be actually very good on ladder, but there's always a bit of a difference when it comes to competition and qualifiers. And then I also think that Eggs has a style that can be very frustrating for people who don't know him. You know, I think Warren knew him to an extent and could expect some things that were happening, but does Master? I have no idea. I really don't. If anyone wants to tell me anything about Master, feel free. But I don't even know actually what region they're coming in from. So we'll find out, of course, if they actually end up qualifying. Would love to learn about some of the new faces in the Americas region. But going into the game here, very standard setup. They got an Oracle opener and a couple of Adepts being a little annoying. How did the Overlord die? Wait, what? Extractor tricked it a bunch? I guess that's what happened. Extractor tricked a bunch. Why did those drones move? Oh, I think I know what happened, actually. These Adepts are causing a little bit more chaos than you would usually want. 5 Lings and a drone go down. I think Eggs control clicked the drones and the natural, and he had his camera still over on this, so they clicked that as well. I feel like I'm very familiar with this problem. But that's because the Oracle hadn't shown up yet. I mean, anyway. Third hatch is done rebuilding the drones, but already a good amount of damage, and already a little bit of a, I don't know how to say, like a sizing up of each other happens with Adepts, you know? like if the Zerg player just swats down the 2 Adepts, no problem. Like they kill them immediately. You're just like, oh, Protoss. Oh no. But if the Protoss dances and weaves and dodges and gets drones and lings and causes a bunch of chaos, then you're like, oh, Zerg player. Oh. And without a lot of history attached to either player, you can't say like, oh, that was a fluke, that never happens, you know. Like we would if Cyril suddenly just dropped all his limes. Oracle decides to go for the easy things, a couple of creep tumors just to be a bother, and then gets out. Does take some hull damage too, which is not ideal. Adept numbers rising to an extent that, I mean, they could make a presence on the map right now being used to defend. I would say, you know, the kind of early game aggression, not cheese or all in, but just a little bit more lings than you would expect could be a fear from a guy like Eggs, and so respecting that with a good number of depths is a good idea, but these are going to be used on those front lines now that the third base is up and running with some more gateways available and warp-ins as well. 2 Oracles still alive. 1 with a decent amount of energy. That was a change. Obviously, the overcharge no longer gives 100 energy, it gives 50. So they aren't going to get fully juiced up, but they get juiced up more often. It's a Brazilian Protoss player who plays for Hellfire. Thank you very much. These Adepts, not really going to threaten a position like this. Another building cancel. So far, a perfect game from Master. Really showing some masterful play. I can't make a pun with Eggs, I'm not going to try. The Adepts, though, in a little bit of trouble. That is what the Oracles are for. Unfortunately, 1 Oracle started low on energy, has already used it all up, so wasn't able to help there. And the Queens, just close enough to make sure the Oracles couldn't bully those Lings. So that's the combination you do want, but the Adepts able to shade into the main base, and with their last dying breaths, actually get something for that aggression. 7 drones total having gone down, 22 Lings as well. But in total, 6 Adepts. You know, the first 2 Adepts are a bit more impressive than those last 5. But Master has been building in the Stalkers behind this. Macro looking clean. Blink +1 is going to finish up here. Storm already halfway done. No surprises. Egg's going to have to worry about that. Egg's grabbing that 4th base, but only at 55 drones. And this is very concerning. Yeah, drones have gone down. 7 isn't... 7 would be a problem if we're talking about, I think, the highest stakes possible, you know? I don't know if this is the highest stakes game where I feel like 7 drones would actually be something you could overcome if you weren't facing, I was going to say Zest, just because, anyway, you weren't facing Hero. I think you could overcome that. You could still probably have a decent drone count, even with that damage taken, but this is obviously a combination of things. Eggs, macro-wise, not doing so hot, balancing the minerals and gas, banking money at this point. Probably had a lot more chaos alongside directly losing those drones. And then also was probably planning on doing something aggressive, so really wants to do the aggressive thing, but now at a lower drone count than you would want. So this is very bad. 14 drone difference right now. Eggs has to do some significant damage. The good news is Master doesn't seem to quite realize what's going on here. The Overlord certainly had not been scouted. The Oracle gets through the middle of the map and sees army coming across the map directed towards his 3rd. So of course he's going to go over and defend that, but that's when the main base does get hammered. A 30 supply difference in the army showing right now, which is actually not that impressive for a Zerg player. But Eggs is hoping that attacking in multiple places is going to make up for a lackluster army difference, which already not going super hot. We got Stalkers and a shield battery and warp-ins in the main dealing with these Lings. The Storm obviously had already pushed away the Lings on the right side. Eggs finding no damage as Master takes a 4th base at the same time. I mean, again, very, very good control here from Master. Most importantly, situations, I would say, if you're talking about not, again, like a Hero versus Cyril situation, is oftentimes looking at the macro. When things get chaotic, everyone up until the best, literally the World Championship, are going to show these flaws. They're going to be supply blocked. And so Master wouldn't be able to warp into the main base. And then that's when Eggs finds his damage. But that has not happened. Master may be close to supply block now, has had everything he's needed at the locations, and coupled with Eggs' attack not being as strong or as powered by economy as it should be, means that Master just totally demolishes Egg in game 1. I mean, this is it. Everything comes together to make this look incredibly one-sided. And again, you know, I said it. People can go ahead and say Protoss Imba this patch. Am I right, fellas? But this was good, clean Protoss to me, regardless of the new Storm. Because I would say the Storm is like the old Storm would have done the same thing that new Storm did in this game. Oracles do die, but we got no lurkers, so detection's not necessary. This is clearly a big enough Protoss army. And Master, whoever this is, I mean, we know who he is, Brazilian player playing for Hellfire, but still, like, this relative unknown just comes out of the gates swinging. GG's. Master and Eggs know each other. Yeah, it makes sense with him being Brazilian now, 100%. And now that I am thinking about it, I'm thinking of the name Master next to a Brazilian flag. Now that is like sparking memory more than just his name. And I do remember him actually having some good performances. Making it into some of the regional tournaments. I don't think ever getting particularly far, but then it was always hard when you watch like Latin America stuff because, you know, we would have Kelzer and Special the show basically for the longest time. So it'd always be like, well, who gets close to them? And at that time it was Cham, who was in the safe house, and maybe back in the day, like guy turned streamer, Jim Rising. There you go. Carl Carnage Knockout. I remember. I have to look at it. Wow, that is a throwback. I kind of remember playing on this map. Kind of. Right, casting it at the very least. Wow, that is a map lost in time. You know, people quickly name the least known Eggs just yelled it's fine, I don't know why. People will remember the least well-known GSL champions, which is a funny, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Paradoxical phrase. But I wonder if we could have a discussion about what the least remembered map is on the ladder map pool. We'd have to, like, first of all, that's a billion maps. That is so many maps. Second of all, it'd have to be some type of, like, blind test where you just show a map and they first have to guess if it was even in the ladder map pool. Way too much work. Way too much. Bottom left for Hellfire, he is Master, and he is up a game after a very clean game one. In the top right, we do have Eggs, whose team is currently Platinum Esports, apparently. And yeah, just did not have a very clean early game at all, and that really took away any threat from the attack. I mean, there's still some potential just as far as Master. As I was saying, maybe he could have gotten supply blocked. Maybe he could have really under-defended the main. You know, no shield battery, no cannon. Not even realize he was being attacked there, you know. But he seemed to have, even though he only saw it coming at maybe the last second, he did not know about the Overlords, or maybe he did in a way, because they do play against each other fairly often. He really looked like he had a handle on that. No problem whatsoever. And Master, now that it's coming back to me, a Brazilian player. He has shown up in some of the regional events that we used to have with ESL. Didn't get the farthest in, because again, it was a lot of the Kelzer special show, but would make some waves. Eggs, been around for a long time, was in Safe House last time as well, just a direct invite. That was 8 invites last time of just well-known players who could actually play on that date as well. Some of the ones we did ask couldn't play, but anyway. But he is from Colombia. Yeah, they both would have played against each other quite a bit. And I gave Eggs the benefit because I didn't remember Master, but even so, I still would have said, like, okay, well, this should be a this should be a, maybe not close game, but this should be another fun razzle-dazzle. You know, maybe Master ultimately wins or Eggs ultimately wins. There's a little more of that back and forth going on. I would not have called, even with now remembering Master and his placements in previous tournaments, I would not have called such a devastating game 1 in his favor. But it's very possible he's only improved since those last regional qualifiers even happened. It's very possible that he has found his stride in this matchup. It's very possible that he always did well versus Eggs, but then faltered versus some of the other players in those regional tournaments. I'm not entirely sure. I guess I could actually check at Ligilac, see if they have a lot of games. While we do that, we'll just follow this probe, because it is a typical opener. I mean, they don't play a lot. They've played 7 matches in the last 5 years. Wow, the last time they played was 3 years ago. Actually, the last time they even played in a Latin American thing was a qualifier for it back in 2020. I feel certainly less bad about not quite remembering Master now. Last time I played it was in Sentimentio Latino, which I'm sure I nailed. But they probably play on ladder, so there is that. And I would not have access to that information. Once again, Master going for the 2 adept attack. The 1 drone still died, but so far not the Lings. Not the same. I was like, what the fuck is that sound? What new StarCraft sound effect is that? Thank you very much, Zergberger, for the 6 months. No, thank you. You're gonna get just a wave for that one. For the weird parasocialness. Anyway. If Master was the same exact thing as last time, more power to him. Eggs is really the one that has the responsibility of being better, being cleaner in the early game. So far, so good. It scared the juice out of you. Maybe I should lower the effect, sorry. Because the last game was just such a poor opener that really led into a poor mid-game attack. It's going to be a... Not... Actually, I did not pay the close attention to the opener, the follow-up to the Stargate. But if it's Blinken +1, then it's exactly that. So I think it is that. And like I said, exactly the same thing. More power to him. A little bit different on the Oracle play as well. So he had taken damage on the whole of the Oracle last game. This time around, splitting them up, looking for stasis traps. Found a couple of drones. Nothing to write home about. But prioritizing this nice clean play. And prioritizing keeping the Oracles alive to scout for whatever shenanigans Eggs might be up to. Because I think it is still... Judging from the first game. And knowing Eggs a little bit more than Masters. But yeah, judging from the first game. Eggs being aggressive, going for cheeses, going for all-ins. Much more likely. Not only that, not to paint Eggs as totally that player all the time. Which I think he is more, but maybe not all the time. Zerg in the last year has also gotten to be more of this versus Protoss. Yeah, EWC Finals had a handful of macro games, Serral and Classic being who they are, but so much is EVP. And before this patch had really turned into the all-in game. So I feel like that kind of got pushed to the back of the line as far as the patch complaints went. Because PVT came up so much that people very much complain about that more. But, yeah, I mean, I'm certainly guilty of that too, because it's only just now coming back to my mind that Zergs were just cheesing and all in and all over the place, and it really seemed like a sad deal to go into mid to late game. If they got into Supreme late game, Protoss seemed to have the benefit unless your name was Serral. And so just avoiding that at all costs. But anyway, so aggression from Eggs, defense from Master, very classic Protoss versus Zerg setup for all the reasons, including the design, the lore, the players, the regions, whatever. And the only difference we have is maybe, well, the big difference is that eggs has not had such a, I guess, bad of an early game. 4 drones, 16 links still went down. It's almost, what, halving the damage done, but I think there was a little less chaos as well. Still not catching up on the drones as of yet. Master getting the 3 bases uninterrupted very cleanly with minor amounts of harassment. Decided not to use the adepts, by the way, like last time, so that contributes to eggs not losing as much as he did, but then also the adepts are alive and they are waiting to contribute at a later date, which is a good use of them if you don't find any other opportunity. 2-1 is on the way for eggs as he did add on a Hydralisk Den. Roach speed is on the way as well. Would love to see an infestor usage today in general. I don't think it's going to be in ZVP though. If eggs were to advance, face special, maybe we'd see that there, but ZVP kind of agreed even from seeing the patch notes themselves, kind of like, well, I guess it won't really affect charge lots in a storm, right? So, like Killjoy Shroud, not as beneficial for this. Oracles managed to find not too much else. Revelation cast, just to get an idea of what's going on. You can see the gas taken. You can see a little bit of the drone saturation on what is now the 4th base, as eggs now gets up to a very comfortable drone number. And is adding on Infestation Pit. Spire as well. Oracle barely not going to go down. It looks like with all the scouting done... Oh, the Oracle does go down. Nice grab there by eggs to put the queens in the right position. But the Oracles did their job as far as scouting. Master's 4th base finishes up. He has a Fleet Beacon and Phoenix. So he has seen 7 wait, no, 2, 4, 5 caches. Presumably it is 7. That's my excuse. Because the actual would usually take them. And I think just in general, knowing how eggs can play, probably a little fearful of first an actual Muta swap with the Phoenix coming out. You know, I think that is kind of the, well, you know, maybe this could be Muta play actually. But then on top of that, kind of seeing trending more macro. He does have 4th base. He does have a lot of drones on the 4th base. Tons of gas being taken. 5th base is on the way. This guy's actually going to be going up into that late game. Got to go into late game as well. Got to get the mothership. Got to prepare for the eventual capital ships too. And Master's doing that. 2 Phoenix. Can now go and bully some Overlords too. So there's no loss there, really. Some Zealots set up for a run by, but Eggs kind of either thinking the same thing or scouted them with an Overlord, not sure. Surveillance mode being used? In my StarCraft 2? It's more likely than you think. But it's also killed by 2 Hydras. Which I don't mind, as the observer difference continues to be a heated topic. Honestly, that could have even been just muscle memory from Master, putting that over on the right side and setting it into surveillance mode. Probably won't do it again, just because, yeah, a couple of Hydras attacking there, less than ideal. Still got the Scout. Has an army split up pretty well, anticipating some type of attack split. Eggs is not going just full on rush, push the army. Could have, I suppose, but with Greater Spire on the way and Corruptors on the way, we certainly know his intent. And the more that Eggs does not just send wave after wave of army across the map, the more that Master is going to get the hint without even fully seeing the Spire. Yeah, he hasn't actually seen it, figuring that it will be Broodlords. Biggest thing about this dynamic then, right, for the super late game ZVP is the bug fixes actually, which I did not account every single bug fix. A decent number of them are actually impactful to the game. Some of them are just for vanity, like the mothership graphic now is cooler. But one thing that wasn't for vanity certainly was the Broodlord fix/change. From what I understand, they kind of fixed the old issue of Broodlords that made them less effective, but the way they fixed it was also a bit of a band-aid thing, because trying to work out StarCraft 2, programming-wise, is apparently like a very, very unstable Jenga tower. So TLDR, I don't know if Broodlords are that much better, because now they should attack with the appropriate range. Like, I never really memorized what was wrong with the Broodlords, if I'm being honest. I could try and give it a go, but someone should probably just put it in chat so I don't mess it up. But they're supposed to be a little bit better. And then for the Protoss side, I'm not sure there was a lot of the bug fixes for them. The mothership did get changed and had a couple bug fixes too. Nice little squad of units to defend this. Storms are now out, however, so this is still a very large Zerg army. Right now, I saw Blue mention it earlier. As we see this is going to cause some problems. Eggs is going to find a bit of an opening here. Right now, Storm is more effective because literally it is a better spell. Pretty much no doubt about that. Some people argue, but they're wrong. But rather that there's a lot of people who have a internal clock as to when Storm is going to dissipate, and now they have to readjust significantly, right? They move back in with the Hydras, and they're like, it's still going! So that's going to have to change just with practice and time. It's a nice little 1-2 right now, which Master was anticipating, but then was a little less than well defended on the right side, forcing the army out of position. Hopefully for Eggs, open up the far left side. It did for a second, but Master was well aware of this potential and didn't just fully commit to pushing his army back. Didn't bring his whole army over to the right side. So a nice little tug of war happening on either end. Eggs, though, overall, I'm talking about how the Broodlord's supposed to kind of be fixed in a better sense. I would still say Zerg players do not want to be facing a super late game Protoss. Yeah, and one who seems to be cool, calm, and collected like Master is being right now. Can confirm that Broodlord's definitely better. Quite a bit better, essentially almost shoot instantly. Yeah. Yeah. But the mothership change, as we witness the attacks, they kind of fizzle. Eggs isn't really finding as much room as he was hoping for. This base did not end up getting broken. Just the army was, which was replaced because Master has had a decent bank. Eggs not really building up the bank that a Zerg player would want in this situation. So I'm a little concerned about that. Vipers are now on the way. More upgrades are on the way. Sure. Maybe we'll see Infestors. Maybe for Microbial Shroud, but more so maybe for, Parasite, and Fungal. We're not seeing them quite yet, and this seems to be Eggs falling slowly but surely. Pushed so far back on the right side, this actually becomes Master's aggression with this little army, and then his threats of his larger army on the left side still there. Storm's going to be available to help out versus these Corruptors, which are going to try and dive on the mothership, but certainly now we're seeing the true zoning effect of a longer Storm having to move in there. Just lasted forever. But the mothership, it's been nerfed in some ways, but the nerfs seem to be the counteract the bug fixes that were happening. Like some bug fixes were I know one of them was the way that it attacked. Sometimes it wouldn't use all of its beams. There was a couple of mothership fixes that kind of buffed it. And so there was a direct nerf, I want to say, to the health. It was reduced by 50, I think, health shield. But then there was other buffs for it, so I don't know where that leaves the mothership, but I would say it's still as useful as it was, which means kind of useful, kind of memey, but overall useful. Finally, Eggs throws enough army onto that right side to win that tug of war, but only after he lost this base. Master already reinforcing on this base as well. And recalling a Tempest. I was wondering what was going on there. Means that these Hydras will not find any room to do Alan. They're not being microed either. Microed to the last second. They're already taking so much damage. And the Chargers got right nice and close. 3-2 by the way. No, +3 attack. Okay. +3 attack on the ground from Master. +2 ship weapons. No armor whatsoever. No shields either, which does seem to be missing since we do have some money in the bank. High Templar is being nibbled on as a bit of a loss in the gas. Eggs continuing the tug of war over to the right side and then trying to find an avenue to the top left. Is starting to find something. Abducts are going down, but not quite getting the kills. And the Corruptor numbers maybe a little low, maybe not all target firing together. But one Tempest did finally go down, but meanwhile, the rest of the Tempest shooting pre-fire and killing Corruptors. And overall, we do have the, not that big of a deficit actually for the Zerg. It's much more in the gas that Eggs is losing out. And not too bad. 8 probes going down. Is that on purpose? No, that's up there on the top left. Maybe he could afford to lose some probes, but neither player really banking a whole lot of money. Eggs at 3,000 gas is doing well there, but mineral-wise, very, very low. There's been this kind of funny gas-heavy left side army versus mineral-heavy right side army, I suppose, happening. As we once again see Master going to win, push into a now 4th base, and then eventually will be cleaned up, I think. Zealot's still doing a lot of damage. Eggs prioritizing microing on the left side, and actually those mineral woes that I was talking about really causing issues, as he does not have enough army. Maybe larva issue as well. Finally uses every single larva that he has, but those zealots just ripped through 16 drones. Didn't kill the base, but now Eggs at 64 drones in a late game scenario. Not very good, as Master was able to not just get a 5th base up and running, but also the 6th so far still protected, collecting most of the army together on that top side as well. Eggs very much needing this base to survive, but it's already below half health. Feedback's going down to the Vipers, making them useless. Broodlords might be a little bit better, but there just aren't enough of them by the looks of it to really contest this. I mean, Master is going to back away, looking for the ultimate good engagement. But with a 30-plus army supply lead, I feel like there's very little that can go catastrophically wrong. I mean, maybe he could make a mistake, but I don't think there's a way that he throws this. Just doesn't seem enough firepower for Eggs. Not a lot of spells either that are really going to change what's happening here. Only down to 1 Viper. Again, no Infestors ever built. Trying to get that Corruptor count back up, but the minerals are just so low, and Master has finally taken down this base. Seems like Master is bound to win this game. Takes another base at the gold here. Eggs might be able to harass that, but with Master still mining from, let's say, 3 full bases. Really 3.5. He still has some in his natural. He was pretty good about pulling his probes to the fresher bases by the looks of things. Oh, that's a lot more consistent mining, as you can see with the numbers. Felt like for one moment, Eggs seemed like he could gain some control, get some momentum. That did quickly fade away. That was like 6 minutes ago, too. And just the... not passive play from Master. He has been poking and moving and aggressing, but still very calm play from Master. Not over-eager to take a battle, not over-eager to punish something. It is just made this game maybe last a little longer than it should. Like, maybe he could have won at some point, but it does guarantee him a win. He's been winning for basically all 19 minutes. That is a lot of Corruptors coming to the big old concave. A lot of Vipers as well have finally been built up. Can he actually get an amazing engagement? So far, no. Time Warp plus the Storm that lasts 5 ever. That is not very cool looking. Not cool, Protoss. Not cool. And even though it looked like the Swarm was coming in with that big old concave, that just didn't do anything. Meanwhile, Army on the right side is going to cause problems even if Eggs had taken the battle off to the left. His army is so Corruptor-based as well, and he really doesn't have the money to go into a bunch of Broodlords. Seems like Master's rebuilding of a ground army would win this anyway. Gonna try and win the air battle, but it's just not happening. The Corruptors were injured from the earlier push-in, and now they are dying to the Storm, although it looks like maybe they will take everything out. The Storms are gone. The High Templars, they had a lot of them, but many of them died to the Broodlords that finally caught up. And, well, Master does lose that entire army. But like I was saying, Master had the bank. Master can go back into a ground army. The Corruptors cannot change in mass to Broodlords. And Master might have a moment of a little panic, a little like, oh shit, but I really don't think it's going to last very long. More Stalkers being warped in as he realizes this is what he needs right now, though he is still building a couple of Tempests. And there it is. It is going to be GG from Eggs as Master takes the 2-0 and advances on. Master will play from Master. He will advance on to the finals of the upper bracket. Meanwhile, we have Special moving into the semifinals, waiting for the winner of Mute versus Foxer, which has gone on for some time. Yeah, Storm Warp is especially crazy looking with Extended Storm. So we'll wait for the upper bracket. The lower bracket is still going on. Is Awesome Sauce really? Wow. Awesome Sauce had to wait for the loser of Mute Foxer. He's been waiting for a while. Warren is in the bracket. Eggs just dropped down. Kamikaze's obviously waiting. No one forfeiting by the looks of it, which is always nice. What is the most common answer to least remember GSL champion? Jockshi, which you actually spelled correctly. Good job. I'd say he is the least well known. I think him and Roro are in contention. Sniper used to be the answer, but he really became more of like who's the least liked GSL champion than who is the least remembered. Yeah, Jockshi and Roro, I would say. I know you like Sniper. No one else likes Sniper. No one else should like Sniper. All right, Foxer wins. It actually isn't that surprising that Foxer games take that long. He does tend to play some mech, and if Eon Zerg, which I think he is, from what little I can remember. Or Mute. Yeah, that's right, he was facing Mute. No, then that would have been a TVP. Won him for a long time. Well, Fox River Special is going to be happening. I'm going to go do a quick ad break. Sorry to all the non-subs out there. Maybe just me. It is absolutely not just me. Seed is also a name. Seed is a good one. Yeah. All right. And I'm back. Yeah, Seed's another good contender for Forgotten Champion. I feel like I remember him because he at least had a personality. And the GSL he won was on whatchamacallit Beach. So it's like a bit more memorable just because of that, not just because of him. Mr. Chayas, thank you for the 41 months. Ooh, spooky. Yeah. I want to do something a little different for Safe House overlay alerts, so the overlay will also be slightly different. I just didn't have time to put everything together. Unsurprisingly, Seed, Sniper, and Row won within a year. Maybe nobody liked the end of Wings of Liberty. Although Seed won a PvP, and it's like, how did that happen? The end of Wings of Liberty. I know how it happened. ZVP was perfectly balanced if the Immortal Sensualin worked, or if the Archon Toilet hit. Well, era is definitely not forgotten. There might be some forgotten champions of that era, but that's because the meta was really quite bad at some points. So Zerg players were a dime a dozen and very not memorable. What was I saying? But it's the one that everyone remembers. It's the one that people come back to StarCraft 2 and they're like, I haven't thought about StarCraft for 14 years, but I love Wings of Liberty. Be very disappointed if Foxer Special started, just because it is the most obvious thing that was going to be cast. There was no lobby link. I even said in chat, I'll wait for Special versus Winner. The finals were in person at a beach, yes. That's what I meant. I thought you were just making a joke because it was on a beach and it had no beach map. That was a very memorable GSL for me because it was also a GSTL and I had stayed up to watch it or had gotten up very early. Either way, it was unideal, you know? But GSTL played, it was Slayers versus someone, I don't remember. They lost. It ended up being right before they announced they were going to disband, I think. And yeah, Seed versus MC was exciting because people wanted MC to win, and then Seed won, and no one really liked that. I remember it was Gumiho, but I don't remember what team he was on at the time. Was it FXO? That was when the ZombieGrub truly knew disappointment. Yeah, I don't know what punishment there is for doing what they did, but think of something. It's like, it might not be the most egregious thing in the world to not wait for a caster. But in this case, it kind of is. Like, I'm the caster who's also the organizer who's giving them this chance, who told them I was going to cast it as they're in the semifinals leading to a qualifying match. And, that just feels like a dick move on their part. I don't know if y'all agree. But to be honest, I'm just going to call him out because he did a dickish thing. Like, Special is kind of the guy who does that a lot. I know he goes into chat. He might be in chat now for all the fuck I know, but Special is kind of the one that causes problems in a lot of these tournaments and brackets. Foxer is equally to blame, of course. He didn't say, hey, hold on. But it is funny how they both actually have caused some messes in the past. And it's years late. It's not even years later. I mean, they've done it multiple times, but it's still happening in 2025, you know? You're like, oh, everyone's grown up so much in StarCraft. And it's like, for the most part. That is true. For the most part. It was FXO? I nailed it. I never liked FXO very much. Not for any particular reason. But, you know, everyone gets excited for FXO because they also had QXE. I also always forget which one is which. QXE actually apparently made a very good That's so funny. So I googled QXE to make sure that that was the right person. Yeah, sorry, to finish my sentence. He made a very popular board game. It's actually very good, apparently. But when I googled it, Reddit Out of the Loop popped up. What is going on with XQC? Out of the Loop. It's nearly been 3 months since... Wait, what's going on with QXE? And then it says it's nearly been 3 months since XQC. I'm saying this so much that I'm actually just, like, X and Q no longer sound like real things to me anymore. It's a very good suggestion, Mike. It's obviously a little messier when there's like 7 casters or, you know, more with the foreign casters trying to jump all into a finals of a EW or an Open Cup. And then, you know, you just... Even though I get very frustrated when that happens, I mean, I agree they shouldn't really be truly punished for that. But again, it's such a small tournament. It's short. I'm very clearly waiting for them. I'm very clearly the most important person here. I'm just gonna fucking say it. And they're just like, whatever. That's when I'm like, yeah, you should just... That game just doesn't count anymore. I hope it's a 40-minute game where you get bored out of your mind and you're just relieved it was finally over. And then I'm like, no, it didn't even count. That'll show him. That'll do it. Why is the cat bed empty? I don't know if you know this. Cats aren't permanently in one place. False Garfield. He is always in that comic strip. That is true. Bring him? No. First of all, do you know cats? Second of all, what are you doing giving me a directive? Telling me what to do. I will slap you. I don't know where you are, but I will find you and I will slap you. Even Cats doesn't stay in one place at a time. But he would be more, you know, malleable. He'd be okay. If I told him to stay in one place, he'd be like, all right, I guess. The rules in StarCraft 2 offline tournament does one have to use headphones? Yeah, if there's an offline tournament where they're, you know, seated close to each other, or in the venue where there's also the commentators, I guess. They have to wear earbuds, which I think give them the actual sound effects. And if they play music, I guess. And then they wear, like, you know, like industry grade, like, airport worker sound muffling. headset thingy, but it's pretty well known that that doesn't actually clear out all noise. It doesn't clear out all noise. It definitely doesn't clear out vibrations, which, you know, if the crowd is getting really excited, there's nothing you can do about that. But generally, it's not that this is some type of hidden secret that could ruin the competitive integrity of esports as we know it. Generally, it's come down to if the players choose to believe what the crowd is doing is pertinent to what, you know, their opponent is doing, then that's their gamble. Obviously, if they can hear the casters, that's not good. Most of the time, I'm not sure that's the issue, but I'm not sure. But a lot of time, it's the crowd. And if they get really excited at minute 1.5 or minute 1, and one person's like, oh, they're getting excited, this guy must 2-racks me. And then they defend a 2-racks that doesn't actually come. It's like, well, it's on you. What if they refuse? They can't. They just wouldn't play. I have experienced the headphone dent. I'm sure I have. I haven't really noticed it, though. I don't do cat treats when there's casting to be done, so I don't miss a game. Of course, I missed a game because some people are less considerate than others. Crowd cheating is a big deal in Counter-Strike. That is true. Like, that's also something that I just don't think really happens as much in StarCraft 2 in 2 ways. One, Counter-Strike has some notorious crowds. Like, particularly, I guess, the South American ones. But anywhere, there could be a really biased crowd. And they could literally start, like, shouting things in unison to make them hear, you know? They will make noise if there's someone around the corner. They will sabotage the other team in any way that they can. It's, like, really bad. I've definitely read people arguing that people who do that should be taken out of the venue to discourage it. That doesn't really happen in StarCraft 2. And then Special said it's his B, which I'll take. What are we waiting on? Foxter Special Game 2, because they apparently missed my message and did not consider that I would like to be in their game. Which I think I was rightfully frustrated with, but we shall let bygones be bygones. Now we are into that game too, though, so. Whoop, wrong one. All right, game 2 here. I think Special said he was up 1, which isn't too surprising. But this guy in the top right, Foxer, can be a wily little, well, fox. Anyway, in the bottom left, we do have Special playing Protoss, which is something I wondered if this would happen. I did not know for sure if he was playing Protoss today. I don't know if he's playing it all the time, but I certainly don't mind if he race swaps or anything like that. But Protoss, it is. Merity, thank you for the 2-month resub. The Maestros, the shadow when Clem remembered. Well, I bet Chelsea forgot it. Oh, yeah, and that would have confused Cyril. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, exactly. And Shadow would have been like, what the fuck? He couldn't read anything into it, could he? Bullying at Clem. Well, a lot of Terrans are, and that was one of the reasons people, you know, pointed at PvT being the main problem. I was thinking of Special playing Terran when I mentioned that he'll probably win. And, you know, even if he hasn't been practicing as much, he probably would still win given a little bit of warm-up. But I think it applies to Protoss as well, because I would assume that he has been playing Protoss as well. I'm not sure if he was always good at Protoss, even before the patch and everything went down. Some people are big off-racers in their spare time, some were not. But I'm sure he's pretty good with Protoss. The thing is, Protoss plays like a Terran would want to play Terran in this matchup. And in PvT, rather. And I think that makes it a lot more fun than TvT. When Terrans play TvT, I feel like we aren't really playing Terran as we think of when we think of what we enjoy about the race. Because it's slow, it's methodical, it's positioning based more than anything else. It can be very not active. You know, nowadays it feels like it also shoots right up to Sky Terran battles. And yeah, I think when you play Protoss versus Terran, you're actually just as active as you would like to be as a Terran in, let's say, TVZ. TVP as well, before maybe TVP got a little bad. But I can actually really understand, very much empathize with playing Protoss versus Terran specifically, and then in general playing Protoss as well. I do think it's a fun race to play. It's also a race that I do feel less stressed playing. This is obviously not stressful. This is very stressful for Foxer. But wanted that bunker to be done before the Adept actually arrived. Now that the Adept couldn't just shade past it anyway and still get the delay on the command center, but there'd be a little more play around the Marine jumping in and out. Unfortunately, it is what it is. The command center is going to be delayed. Special already up 1. He's looking at 2-0 and move on to the finals, which he would face a Protoss player, and I don't know if he'll play PvP. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Command center's still not done. He still can't lift it and leave. The Helene is going to get destroyed. The Marine does go into the bunker, but a third unit has arrived. And this is all types of catastrophic. Oh, no. At least Foxer's taking it in stride. And that is the old Terran way, isn't it? Special would be very familiar with that. Foxer's not going to give up, which I hella respect. I think if this was a ladder game, I think he's already moved on to the next game, actually. This is not a ladder game. He wants to play it out. There's one thing Foxer is, I think, pretty well known for. It is actually sticking out for games. In some ways, in the past, as I was saying earlier, he could be a mech player a lot of times in TvT. Like, maybe that would be a bit frustrating for the other guy, but it was always in his best interest to play like that. He's doing it now in TVP. Foxer's always been a contender, as far as the Americas region, I would say. Not reaching the heights of, obviously, a Neeb or even Special, actually, as far as the whole region goes. But always been pretty good. And I think he is one of those players that has, like, if I remember him 7 years ago, I do remember a couple of things, which I don't even actually remember exactly what it is at this point, but he's been really chill and a really fun player to watch. So I'd love to have him in the tournament alongside Special, but Special comes into this bracket overall as the guy to beat. And he's proven that now even as a Protoss player. Banshee pinwheels are on the way. Seems to be a thing, an established thing. Not going to be mech. That is now confirmed by Special. There's always a chance. It's confirmed with the second barracks. Before the patch, you would always guess that it's Cloak. Maybe a fake of some type, but if it was faking anything, it would be Cloak. But now, with the popularity of the Banshee Speed, might actually predict that it is Speed. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that really, besides not having to have an observer in every location, as far as defending the Banshees, pretty much as annoying as ever. Little Marine drop, just to get something on the other side of the map, does cause Special to recall. He also is going to have to deal with the Banshees with speed, which are also now getting Cloak, by the way. So that is the double upgrade that we haven't seen so much. And I do wonder if it's worth it. Well, Foxer thinks so. And it could be a surprise because so many people aren't going for Cloak. They are going for speed now. Suddenly Cloak, a whole 2 minutes or whatever after, 3 minutes after you would expect it, would be a very odd timing. But anyway, Special does recall. Wants to take care of things at home. Doesn't really have to worry about an attack at the front as well. The Marines are obviously attacking you as a harassment. The Banshee obviously arrived as a harassment. Could tanks and the Cyclones start their trek across the map to try and do some frontal attack? I suppose technically, but very, very unlikely. So this is important to know because Special, by recalling the Stalkers, has lost all vision on the offensive. So that would be the downside of doing this, or the upside for Foxer if he did have some type of clever attack follow-up, which would just be so hard to do in general, plus all the damage took in the early game. So Special is really quite safe. Charge is going to finish up. Blink's already been done. No upgrades as of yet. That +1 attack only on the way. Fourth base as well. I do feel like, climb aside, actually, for me anyway. Like, I again, like, empathize with the way Special's playing, even with the style that he's playing. For me, when I play Protoss versus Terran, the funnest way to play is that mass gateway, super low gas style. Like, lower gas has been a thing for Protoss in this matchup for a while, but you still get 3 gases, 4, you get Colossus. But I mean, like, old-fashioned zest 2-gas style with, like, proxy gateways. Maybe even you skip the robo. I just think it's the most fun way to play the matchup. And it seems like Special also likes that style. So you're not looking for that higher technology. You're not looking for Storm. What an honorable man. But you are looking for a hell of a lot of Zealots and Stalkers. Banshees are finding little bits of damage here and there. We did go up to 3 Banshees as well. And with the investment on Cloak, I think that makes sense. We got a little potential triple harassment setup going on, which so far isn't finding catastrophic damage, of course. In fact, so far, Foxer has taken more damage. Again, that opener was really, really painful. But is a threat. Special, though, he has played a style that gives him a lot of units, where the old-fashioned type of Protoss or more typical Protoss might be a little more consolidated on 3 bases before the 4th, a little more consolidated on the 4 bases before the 5th, a little more on the whole high-quality, low-quantity style. This is not that. This is like Zerg, really. And so Special has plenty of units. He could leave 4 Stalkers there, 5 Stalkers here, 5 Stalkers there, and he'd still have so much. Special is looking for some damage. Finds the Ghost Academy. It's going to have to be canceled, but is looking for more than that. Winter Mines are going to pop up, help against the Zealots. No Warp Prism or Proxy Gateway means that Foxer will probably survive. He does lose the tank. He did not have a lot of Medivacs, which also hurt this engagement. F2'd perhaps the Banshee, I'm not sure. Some Stalkers and Essential left behind, though, because Foxer did actually attack with the Banshees and the Medivac, so that's very much being microed. Foxer actually ends up holding. He loses 10 SCVs. He lost the tank. He lost a Banshee. Lost 3 Banshees. He made 4 in total. Okay. But he has defended, and there's certainly... You have a lot of reinforcement power, especially with this style. I mean, look how much bank this guy has. A comically low amount of gas with the style, but still, it's a lot of Zealots. It does get easier over time to defend this style. Like, eventually, Protoss gateway armies do not beat Baya with Medivacs upgrades, eventually Ghosts. Gateway, Warpism in the main base, though, is a problem. Winter Mine's not getting the best of shots, knowing there'll be a secondary attack as well. Foxer tried to have some Winter Mines to help out, but it's natural that's being attacked right now, and Foxer's just being split every which way, which is another thing that Special could be very good at doing with the amount of units that he has. Okay, Blink is available. Woof. And he will be able to blink away from those Widow Mines that reposition, but 14 SCVs have gone down. A lot of chaos as well. War Prism not taken care of. Foxer, though, look at the actual supply. Not too bad as of yet. Starting to lose some extra units, however. He went back to the main to try and kill the War Prism, got another Warp in. I mean, he's very, very close to stopping the bleeding. And if he stops the bleeding for just like 20 seconds, a potential counterattack would be difficult for Special to hold. But he's not stopping the bleeding. That Warp Prism is just going to sit there forever, apparently. More SCVs are going down. Foxer is trying to replace them. He's starting to miss macro, actually, in general, just with so much that is happening right now. Special, meanwhile, comfortable on 5 bases, 68 probes, and now Foxer's 36 SCVs. I mean, Foxer, he has finally killed the Warp Prism. He will clean up these Zealots. But at this point, you might as well just pull the boys and go for the all-in. Recovering from this is going to take way too long. And right now, his army could maybe be better than his opponents. There is an upgrade difference, so that's why there's a maybe. But the SCVs would be really good against a non-AoE style of Protoss play. More units taking, you know, inefficient battles, I guess, in the scenario that we're talking about. And, yeah, Foxer is definitely dying at this point. There's that moment where he had the slight supply lead 45 seconds ago, and I was like, well, if he got everything collected together, if he got that Warp Prism out, there was a chance for him, but now there is not. Special might not be dominating in the supply, but he is dominating in his presence. He did not kill the Warp Prism, by the way. Good lord. God damn. GG, well played. Special 2-0 Foxer will advance on, and we'll be now facing Master, the Brazilian Protoss player. So we're going to find out if it is going to be a PvP. Or if that was just a versus Terran thing. We're doing that free-for-all? Yes, we've already recorded it. Foxer has a decent shot in the lower bracket, should he actually end up playing it. He will face Warren, and then Eggs is now waiting for Kamikaze versus Mute. Yeah, we played a free-for-all where we all had co-op commanders. And it was not as quick as I was anticipating. Because I just remember the April Fool's Day where you could play co-op commanders. And that was fun, but like every game lasted below 8 minutes. Easily. Because people just would... You can kill each other so quickly when you have co-op bracket. Co-op commanders. But the mod I chose to play was intentionally designed to be balanced. So they took some things away, you know? And they ended up being, you know, maybe a little too balanced. Especially because we played on a map where basically 2 people could take a large portion of the map, and then it was just a relentless draw. It was just a draw for so long. This Reddit thread, it gave me a chuckle. Oh, we're still on an ad. Okay. Yeah, this Reddit thread made me chuckle a little bit. They could have a point. Maybe Dark Swarm. Microbial Shroud is too powerful. But I do love this. For reference, I'm a 5k MMR random player that's proficient in all races, so I'm not just whining here. As if your skill level stops you from being able to whine. Trust me, there are professional gamers who are definitely whining. And they could even admit that they are whining. I mean... I could also mention how 5k is not that impressive, but... To most people it is, and it is impressive in a grand scheme of things. It's not impressive when you talk about some actual, like, top tier, top of the tournament balancing. If those 5k players could listen, they'd be very mad right now. Isn't it? It's just the way it is, though. This reminds me of an old story. I used to be a part of this this gang. We were such bullies. I was part of this group that hung out. We all lived in the what is called the DMV area, DC, Maryland, Virginia, and it was great. You know, they're the ones who got me in a brood war. We had, like, you know, LANs semi-regularly. We had weekly Korean barbecues. It was a good time. I mean, like, people, you know, would join and leave and whatever. It was like a core group for a while. There's people who joined and they seemed chill, and, you know, I think overall they're good people. But there was such a weird moment. It was one of those moments where everyone just had to be like, okay, I don't know how to respond, but we'll just move on. Where, obviously, in a StarCraft 2, especially a Brood War, actually, StarCraft group, there's going to be a lot of making fun of each other's rank. They even make fun of each other, you know, pro gamers' ranks, right? Like, there's just a lot of that shit-talking going on. But this wasn't even shit-talking. We were literally talking at one of these barbecues about how, what was it? It was like... someone was saying how they were like A in Brood War, which is quite good. But they couldn't even reach gold in StarCraft 2. So they were kind of arguing that, like, StarCraft 2 was a different beast and it wasn't just, you know, a one-to-one. And then other people were making fun of them, right? Because they were like, I can't believe you can't even make gold. Like, your macro mechanics should just get you there. What the fuck, man? And all the while, apparently, one of the people who had recently joined was just, like, steaming, and I guess we didn't notice until finally they burst out with, like, you guys are so fucking mean. Like, you're just making fun of me as a gold player. And we were like, I didn't even know you were gold. I'm sorry. But we weren't even talking to you or about you, so I don't... What do we do right now? And we all just, again, had that moment where we're just like, oh, yeah, no, that's not how we meant it. I mean, you should be proud of your achievements, but... Yeah, anyway. And apparently they were so mad at us that they never came back. That was an interesting... That was like 12 years ago. Anyway, we got into a game. Story time is now over. Now it is StarCraft 2 time. and it is going to be a TVP. So Special is not full-on Protoss. In the bottom right, he is the Terran Special, and on the top right, he is the Protoss Master. Sent out, I mean a pro, but nothing too suspicious. Special going for a factory expand. I do favor Special in this scenario. Again, he's just such an established professional player, even if he hasn't been playing all the time. I mean, there was a question of whether or not he had retired. You know, this isn't like entirely to blame on the recent stuff with StarCraft 2 and their tournaments, right? Like, there were still regional qualifiers, there were still EWC qualifiers, like there was still stuff that he probably could have participated in and done fairly well in, and then he actually chose not to. I'm not sure about the EWC qualifiers, to be fair, I don't remember, but there are definitely other tournaments where it was like, we're Special. That's interesting. So, you know, there was a question. He's actually doing a lot of coaching right now. If you guys want to check him out, I'm sure you could probably just like Google coaching Special StarCraft 2 and find it on Reddit. But yeah, it was a question. So maybe he's not full-time pro gamer. Very few people are going to be full-time pro gamer from here on out anyway. Point is that even as a previous full-time pro gamer who was especially good at the game, it would not take him very long to get better than most people who are going to be signing up for tournaments again. So, got a lot of faith in him winning this best of 5. I will say I was very impressed with Master. Yeah, Master has played in tournaments. Master has appeared in some of the regional tournaments. He's done some good work, I'm sure, against particular players. We gotten a couple of upsets. Sure. But the way that he played versus Eggs was very clean. And so my guess is that he's only been improving, but I can't say for sure. Because again, he could be particularly good versus Eggs. He could be particularly good versus Zerk. He could be particularly good in a game where not much happens for the first 6 minutes. And that's something that he can't depend on versus Special. It's versus Terran. It's versus, potentially aggressive Terran. And it's versus Special, who we might know playstyle-wise to a degree, but it's like this extra layer of just, okay, you might know him, but how much can you really still defend against him? And right now, Special is being a bit of a harasser. He's got 1 Reaper killed for 1 probe, which isn't the greatest start, but trying his best to get some chaos brewing. Does get 2 probes of that last Hellion shot, and lives with 1 Reaper to help out either on the follow-up medevac drop into the main, Reaper goes in the natural, right? Or just to get a scout, should he decide he needs it. And medevac will also get a scout. We're on torches, so you always got to consider with a map like this some of the more particular plays to the map. How much are we going to emphasize drop play? How much are we going to emphasize whatever this is, warp prism play? Yeah, look at this. We got a fusion core. Special, he's such an established player at this point, played Brood War as well. He also has been one of the funner players, willing to play some various styles rather than just full on, I got a macro and be the best macroer, which some Brood War people were. Not to name any names. Now, he's always done something a little more unique and interesting, and the fusion core coming out is certainly that. Wouldn't mind dropping to the main. Not going to find too many probes, as Master does pull. But right now, I think you have to look at a lot of these things as distractions. If they find damage, fantastic. Killing a Stalker right there is quite good. Having the medevac alive with Wood of Mine is quite good. Third Nexus, I gotta assume, very delayed. That's great. Like 3 gateways, he could be aggressive with it. He is not. He doesn't have a robo. He skipped it. You don't have to use 3 gateways. You could go for a faster Nexus without warping in so much, but he's had to warp in 6 Stalkers, 2 Adepts. And anyway, not looking super sharp on that. But the point is, it's all hiding the fusion core, because Master is dealing with all the aggression. He's dealing with all the possibilities as he's not getting a current scout, that he's not scouting what it actually is. I mean, he could be thinking, oh my god, there could be a tank push on the way. There could be not a 3 racks, but a Banshee on the way. You know, that's all stuff he'd probably be worried about right now. The last thing might be Battlecruiser. It could be something he thinks of, because Special has done the Battlecruiser openers pushes versus Protoss before, but it's still something you don't think about on the day-to-day. You get into your groove, you get into your habit on the ladder, playing all these Terrans, do the same shit every single time, and you face Special again, and you're like, oh, that's right, this guy goes Battlecruisers occasionally. I can guarantee, from every game from here on out between the two, he will have Oh my god, it could be a battlecruiser in his brain. But right now, I don't think he does. And Master is going to see an incoming tank push that, again, could be accompanied by cloaked banshees for all he knows. He could be waiting somewhere and about to appear. But he has no scouting. No hallucination. No observer. Absolutely nothing. Battlecruiser has appeared. Teleported out as soon as it arrived. Already killing probes, damaging stalkers. The emergency response in effect here while he also tries to control the frontal attack. And kudos to Master so far, who really could be messing up a lot more. He could have lost every single stalker to this attack, 100%. Does manage to take out some Marines while losing his stalkers. But the battlecruiser is not just a harassment tool or a distraction tool, it is also a big tanking unit. Its damage is good too, but I would say it's such a target because it can be so problematic. It just tanks so much damage. I mean, it's going to last forever. Not enough stalkers by far, and Master is forced to tap out. GG's. Just a game that you really have to kind of, I don't know, like, if you want to be cool about the next games, you just got to take that in stride and be like, that's right. Terran could do that. Special especially could do that. I should be wary. Maybe I'll change my opener to be something a little more scout forward. Because just getting angry at it or thinking that means special is better than you because that was such a one-sided win is just I think a way to lose the game, lose the series for sure. Segnor, thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, that's not nice. That's like a waste of a prime if it's on me. Mm. But thank you for it nonetheless. Leaf 563, thank you for the 3 months. Now up one, it is special in the top left. In the bottom left, we do have Master. You don't see it coming. It arrives. What are you going to do about it? It wouldn't have been so different from a Cloaked Banshee build, though, to be honest. I think either way, Master was in trouble against the Marine tank to the front, air unit in the back. Of course, the Banshees would have been far more common. Maybe the Stalkers that he could have accumulated would have been better against Banshees, which are more glass cannon-y. But I think he was under-defended against that combination, no matter what that combination was. Yamato didn't even have an effect, I think. They didn't even research by the end of that game, so... Because that is a surprise when they actually also bothered to get Yamato versus you. That's not why you lost. So I think this is just one of the games where you say, okay, they got me, whatever, man. And then you make sure that they can't ever get you in such a surprising fashion. If you are thinking you're going to lose the special, because he's such an established player, it does put you in a tricky position, because your first thought might be he's going to win, so I have to play absolutely perfectly. I have to cut some corners. I have to do some type of greedy build. And then as soon as you are then cheesed or have something surprising happen to you, you're like, well, I can't cut that corner anymore. But then if I don't cut that corner, do I just lose macro-wise? But frankly, it's like, tackle the first thing before the second thing. And yeah, very much the first thing versus special is going to be surviving some of these early mid attacks. Because the Battlecruiser is the most unique one, but the Tank Banshee also exists. The 3 Racks Factory also exists. Those are kind of the big ones I'm thinking of. Just like maybe like the earlier 2 tank push also exists. These are the things you're going to have to worry about first. Fear Sponge, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Letha, thank you. So this is a real test for Master. Like I was saying in the beginning of that last game, there's a lot of reasons why someone can look substantially better than another person in StarCraft, even if they're the same skill level MMR-wise. This happens across almost all leagues. It gets less likely as you get to the literal top of the top. But just because some 4,000 MMR player looks like he microed like a 6K player doesn't mean that he's a smurf. It might mean that you did absolutely nothing to harass him, that you were worse at microing defensively, and they actually only have 20 SCVs back at home because they never made a damn SCV. And you just wouldn't know, but they won. So that's, you know, and then you feel like it's not just. And I feel like that kind of happened here. So this is the real test for Master. Can he adapt to the situation and still look like as good of a Protoss player as he did versus Eggs? Right now, dealing with the 2 Reaper Helene again. Got a shield battery in the natural. He might go ahead and grab one in the main, and it's exactly what he's doing. I really don't mind this, actually. You know, I feel like we saw Classic do shield batteries in main and natural religiously at EWC and was not really punished for it. And then that didn't catch on, which I thought was surprising. But I actually like this. I think if... Of course, Classic is Classic, and he's got a lot of things going for him. But ideally, I think the cost is actually worth it, even if nothing ends up trying to attack you in either of those bases. Third base looking to be denied as long as possible. Actually, the Sentry is now in trouble. Forced to throw down a force field just to try and do something. The Reaper, just a little bit of that regen makes that Soccer unable to shoot it. That does suck, because he got one scout. He did see that the tech lab was researching. He did see a second barracks, so that's actually a good scout. That was kind of perfectly timed for now. I think you still want possible, well, Guardian Shield or Force Field or Hallucination. For now, I would say the 3 racks or the 5 racks or the 3rd CC. So that, you know, and then you have to decide, like, do I really want to remake it? Do I have to remake it? I can just wait for the Observer, and he probably is just going to wait for the Observer. Forced to grab that Robo. He did go 3 gateways yet again. And the 3 gateways probably in the last game was a defensive maneuver. It's not offensive. He's not going for like a max packs, 3 gateways, warp prism aggression. Probably is defensive because he knows Special can do these early to mid game attacks. But it just, you know, that's only one part of the defense. But anyways, grabbing the Robo as well. 3rd Nexus over halfway done. Banshees are on the way. Pinwheel's coming out first. They are not going to go to Cloak? Okay, yeah. Which, again, is more common. I think Foxer is trying to do a little razzle-dazzle with it when we saw it. But fortunately, Banshee's speed... I'm not going to say it's guaranteed to deal at least 5 probes with the damage, but it kind of feels like it is. 5 is not worth 2 Banshees and an upgrade if they just die after that, but... the whole point is that they shouldn't die. They should be able to skyrocket out of there because they're so speedy. And 10 probes with their initial attack and getting away is really quite worth it. If you, again, killed him right now, I'd still be like, okay, we can manage this. But he's still not killing them, so they're always going to be a threat. Master, unfortunately, taking those early losses, setting them up worse for wear as the actual attack comes forward, and you know, the macro still looking as good as ever for Special, who does have the first bio attack ready to go. Master's trying to get the Storm. That will definitely help if he actually gets there. But even chronoing his probes currently, because of the lost probes, not chronoing everything he could on the Storm. The Storm wouldn't be done anyway. The attack's already on the way, but I mean, it's not even going to be close. This was a no-blink opener, so that's also especially true. It was a charge, which is actually kind of interesting, like, considering what he did die to earlier. I guess he was thinking it would be... Well, no, because he saw the... Well, yeah, maybe he'd already made his decision. The Zealot first can really destroy someone who tries to follow up with, like, a tank push. But they're not as great versus the bio... Oh, obviously they're not great versus the Banshees, but they're also not as great versus a kind of swift bio attack, because the critical mass of Zealots isn't quite there. And he had to make so many stalkers to try and deal with the banshees, which is what he was not supposed to be making. He had even less zealots than he was supposed to. Whoops. Wrong lobby. What profits you more, sub on Twitch or membership on YouTube? That's a good question. I think if it's the same membership, the $5 one on YouTube, I think YouTube has a better split. It'd be different if I had the higher split on Twitch, but I don't. I think YouTube does better base. I don't know if you can hear Dimitri. He's very needy. Meow. 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 Dimitri. You know, it could be the final game here. The bottom left up 2-0. He is special. And on the top right, it is Master. Master just isn't getting the same game as his PVZs, where he was, you know, just kind of allowed to get to 5 or 6 minutes macro. No Zergling all-in headed his way or proxy hatch or something. He's not getting that, and that's always more likely, I think, in ZVP than it is in PvT. The whole nothing's gonna harass me. Because certainly, maybe Terran have a little less to say on the map when we do get around that 3rd CC era, when it's the classic game of early game, whatever. 3rd CC comes down, 3 Colossus come in to bully you. The Terran gets a little more pinned back than maybe some other metas that have existed. But as far as the first 6-ish minutes of the game, I would say this is about as much as you would expect, with the Terrans trying to find all these little damage dealers, little annoyances, tricks up their sleeve, surprise pushes. That's still something that can throw off a Protoss, no problem. And then currently it is throwing off Master. Someone asked me what I was drinking, by the way. I'm drinking the last of my Glenlivet. I was sad to learn. The bottle's lasted me over a year, so it's done its job, but I gotta go get more. Mike did pick up Dimitri. He's a very loud cat, actually. He's a very needy cat. And he doesn't really take no for an answer. It's cute, though. Another Reaper Helene opener, because it's been working so far. It has certainly gotten the damage. Master tried to open it with a sentry last time. Doesn't seem to be going for it again. It did get him a scout, but, you know, the Banshees still did so much damage, despite them being scouted, and that does always feel bad. I don't think it ever, to anyone, would say that the scout isn't worth it, but I suppose there is some argument to the rest of your build being affected by grabbing that sentry, and then it's still dealing the damage, but Adept dies, doesn't kill anything in turn. Special gets to to do everything as he would like. Now, he's obviously being active. He's running across the map. He's microing. He's changing his add-ons, building shit. But he is, by being aggressive, he is able to do whatever he wants at his base, which, again, is typical for this part of the matchup. But then you're talking about the guy who is already favored to win this, really getting everything he wants and more, because he is finding damage. Again, with a Hellion Reaper opener, but this time one more Reaper, one more Hellion, a little more firepower to it. Breaks through the pseudo wall at the natural and enters into the main to look for a lot of probe damage. And with 3 Reapers still alive, that will be a lot of probe damage, or it should be. There we go. Probably 7 probes going down, maybe 8. Yeah, should be 8. And that is a lot of damage. You're talking sub 4 minute, actually. Around 4 minute, 8 probes with the damage for the opening units. And the opening units are dead. They used up all that time on the production facility. That's kind of a worry, but I'm not sure it is in this game because there's no robo. So again, with this 3 gateway opener Master has, ideally, theoretically, he has the ability to warp in units to defend something. This came later than that Reaper Hellion squad, so it didn't help then. And it's not really helping now because really I think its threat would be in being aggressive. If he had a Warp Prism on the way, he might be able to take advantage of a very low unit count, only 1 tank on the field. But it's not. So the 3 gateways, they are going to be used, obviously. You need gateways as the rest of the game goes on, but it's not quite the effect I think we're looking for as far as being safe at the right time. They're coming in at a time where if this was like Gumiho really likes these tank pushes, right? If this was a good old tank across the map trying to get to the position that it's abusive before it's caught, 3 gateways would be wonderful. But they're just not helping right now. And just delaying other things, I guess. It sucks. It does suck here for Master. Doesn't seem to ever really get his game going. Okay, well this would be a timing where I think the Stalkers actually, like the gateways would be helpful. There is a chance that Master could really do well against this push, but he did lose 8 probes, so take it with a grain of salt. He does need to control this from the onset, which he's almost done, but it's already close to his natural. Getting some units injured, but not dead. Observer is out. 1 Stalker goes down. Immortal on the way. No shield out of third, but grabs a Banshee. I mean, these are the things that are going to really matter. Charge not going to be done for this push unless he can really buy more time. Immortal's obviously going to be helpful. Still no Warp Prism, though. Can't get that necessarily on the back onto the tanks, but the Stalkers have maneuvered over to that backside. I think Master is showing that he is probably very capable of dealing with this type of push, but he just lost those 8 probes earlier on, and that's hurting his ability to defend against this so much. Stalkers not only in the backside of the tanks potentially, but also interrupting the reinforcements. Special did try and combine some reinforcements together to stop this from happening, but he loses the tank, he loses the Marines. Some Stalkers will fall in the process. But that is a good denial of reinforcements. It looks like Master going to try and break out of this. He's going to go for the tanks. The Immortal just barely not able to get in range. Oh no, the SCVs actually body blocked it and then started targeting other things. He wanted both tanks at least. 1 tank still lives. Bunker being built. Marines still alive as well. Stalkers on the backside now coming forward. Another Immortal joins the fray. Shield battery still helping. There's still a chance of holding this. And you gotta go. Bunker is ready. 2nd tank almost here. Not gonna be able to help too much in siege form, but unsiege still good DPS. Another Banshee arrives. The last one fell. And these Stalkers aren't quite winning the battle as they need to. Recharge on the shield battery to help break the bunker. But again, this is just a little too not enough. It's so close. It's 8 probes worth of closeness. Just a little bit more, just a little bit faster on the reinforcements, a little bit faster on the positioning of the units, right? Stopping the bunker from being formed, stopping the tanks from sieging in this position. They siege back here. These things are so razor tight. I could see Master clearly knows the ideals, the theories of what to do against this, but executing it when you already took that damage is so difficult. And then they get into position, and when they're lodged in this position, this is what really makes it look powerful. If you find the same attack on their side of the map, you're just like, whatever, I don't even care. But when it's here, it's siege, it's bunkered, the SCVs ready to repair and body block, it's so frustrating. And Master was just such a little shy every time. I think he has taken too much damage. More probes went down. All of his army has been taken down with every fight, so he's had to rebuild it. It's not like he's going to come across the map with a huge army supply lead. He loses the Nexus. And unfortunately for Master, he will be going down here 0-3, but for Special, this is the expected result for him. Good on him. And kind of wouldn't be, I suppose, a American-based tournament without Special. I don't know if he didn't invite him last year, or he wasn't available, or he had started to already show like maybe he had retired. I'm not sure. Neeb had also already retired. Although Neeb also expressed some interest in signing up for Safe House last year, as he did again this year. But clearly he hasn't signed up for the qualifiers. And then I'm not sure what's happening with Scarlet. Just sort of, you know, talking about the big three, I suppose, of this region. And thankfully, Special did sign up, and that is going to be it. Special advances on to the Safe House 2. Will be participating in the main tournaments coming in just 2 weeks. Bulmyolja, thank you very much for that raid. And congratulations to Special. I hope he enjoys playing in Safe House 2. Now, Master awaits the eventual finalist of the lower bracket. Looks like the lower bracket has been held up quite a bit, though. Eggs is still waiting for the winner of Mute versus Kamikaze. Oh, I actually know what's happening there. Okay. So we're still waiting for the resolution of that. Foxer versus Warren is apparently still happening, too, though. And then, yeah, another round of that, and then another round of that. So still a couple more series to go. Holy shit, it's ex-Kawaiian. Speaking of old American players. I had no idea Special was streaming. Thank you very much, Special, for the raid. Sorry for being frustrated. But well played. You guys missed it, but when Special and Fox got a game 1, I did ask them, and I quote, "What the fuck?" Isn't Scarlet fully committed to Zero Space? Yeah, I mean, she has, like, the last time I talked to her was... Wow, Katowice? Yeah, last year's Katowice. So it has been a long time. I don't really know what's happening with the development of Zero Space. So... The last time I talked to her, she was saying that she, like, there's times where it's really busy, and there's time where it's not as busy. And so she would play StarCraft, you know, she'd do well in StarCraft, I guess, when it's, you know, not busy. But I don't know what's changed. She also moved to China, and I'm assuming is still there, I'm not sure. Where I believe she goes to school. And, yeah, so it's like, people are quick to be like, oh, they're developing Zero Space now, and I'm like, I'm not sure that's the entire case. You know, people are imagining them like full-time work week game developer, but it could be now. I don't know. I message Foxer 10 times a month and he replies to me. I mean, here's the thing when it comes to y'all pro gamers, all right? I don't know if you were the case as well, ex-Kawaiian. But if you really want to get someone's attention, if they're not particularly good about responding, start balance whining to them. That's a trick Fear Dragon learned. Next time you message him, be like, isn't Protoss just really overpowered? And see if he responds any faster. Well, not everyone's the same. Boxer's the same way. Serious, but you're gonna have catfish them? I will try and cast Warren's games. I mean, any game that comes at this point, really. In this case, if they go to another game without me, can't exactly be frustrated with them. They don't know that I'm waiting. Enki might have gotten into the lower bracket games. Let's see what he's streaming. He is streaming the end of Mute versus Kamikaze. Wow, that has lasted so long. Glenlivet whiskey, which is almost all gone. Where is the whiskey gone? Seems like it's, okay, well, Mute's definitely winning at this point. Ooh, okay. Mute versus eggs will be happening. I'm going to play a little advertisement for Safe House, though. Once I find it. Glenlivet. Safe House is back with more silly Match Arena goals, and yes, we're going to throw another pie in someone's face. This time, you get to decide who gets the pie. When you donate to our Match Arena, you're not just supporting StarCraft, you're deciding which caster gets a pie in the face. Will Fear Dragon get the short stick again? Or will one other caster have the unfortunate job of pretending to be okay with getting pied? Every dollar you donate is one vote. You can vote for or against a caster getting pied, and by day one of the tournament, we'll know who gets pied live on stream. Support Safe House 2 and StarCraft 2, and while you're at it, make a caster get pied for the crowd's enjoyment. Head to matcherino.com/t/safehouse2 and cast your vote. That's right. You have the power to get someone to have a pie in their face. It could be Fear Dragon again. Nathanius was very nice to Fear Dragon. How much does a Glenlivet cost? I mean, depends what size. A bottle that's like, you know, like this big. I don't know how many ounces that is. I think it's like $50. American measurements. This big. I've never looked at the actual size, or you know, ounces or milliliters or anything. The classic latte. Well, I'm interested because it's a very fun name. Do I add a drop of water to my whiskey? No. Yeah, it's supposed to open it. Yeah, I've been to many a whiskey tasting lesson thing because I've taken my mother to Ireland and Scotland twice now. So I've gotten, you know, both sides of it. I guess we'll wait. Try and catch them before they get in the game too. If you guys are interested in eggs versus mute, that is happening on Enki streams, Spanish or Portuguese. Spanish. Okay, Spanish caster. I thought, but then I was like, oh, am I doing an American thing right now? Yeah, I was gonna say, I do add a drop of water for, the peaty ones. Even that, it does help, but I just don't really like peaty or smoky whiskeys. I have whiskey stones, which is a funny story about these whiskey stones. I have had them for years. We moved, and I thought I lost them. Or like I had them, I put them in my mini fridge, and then somehow they got moved, and then I was like, where the hell are they? At one point, my nephew even asked, he was like, what's in this bag? And I was like, oh, it's like D&D dice. And he was like, they don't look like dice. And I was like, they're dice, you stupid kid. Not actually, but... But then I realized he hadn't picked up the thing that was literally like a Dungeons and Dragons labeled bag. He had picked up another bag that I just assumed was the D&D dice. And I finally actually looked at it, and there were my whiskey stones. Very expensive in Sweden. Yeah, you guys are strict as well. You stopped selling alcohol after pretty absurd time, I want to say. Or like only on certain days. There's something about it. They do have a special for alcohols, but there's a lot of states in America that also do that. So it's kind of funny, though, because country to country, I think most countries, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like most countries, they allow alcohol, like hard alcohol, even in grocery stores. And I don't know about most states, but a lot of states also allow hard alcohol in grocery stores. But I grew up in a state that did not do that. I lived in a state where you had to go to a specific store. So to me, that's not weird. But then I moved to Colorado, and going to the grocery store and having a whole 2 aisles of hard liquor is very surprising to me. Never heard of whiskey stones? They are, I don't know what material they're made of. Stone, I suppose. That they're just supposed to get cold. You put them in the fridge, and then when you have a whiskey, you put them in, and they make the whiskey chilled, but not cold. And they also don't dilute the whiskey, because it's not like putting an ice cube in it. Okay, freezer, refrigerator, whatever. I don't put them in the freezer because if I put them in the freezer, I'd have to walk all the way upstairs. God. Ah, it's so much work. I don't have a mini freezer in the basement. That's crazy. That's far too rich for my taste. Opposite concept where you put heated stones in a soup. You know, I've seen that. I've never... I did not know about that up until, like, last year. I think it's quite weird. But I can see the point, I suppose. Yes, I am a basement dweller gamer. It's true. Guilty. Thanks, man. Apparently this Fox or Warren game is something. People are like, you have an upstairs? How rich are you? You have a basement? How rich are you? I don't own this house. That'd be crazy. Millennial owning a house? I don't think so. I did not finish Master Recall. I will take it up again after I finish playing Tactics. What about 13? No. I really thought I could do it. I really thought I could finish 13 after not playing it, you know? And then when I thought about playing it again, I was so filled with negative emotions that for my own mental health, I decided not to play it ever again. It is so bad. Bummer? I don't know. I feel like even people who hated 13 with me also got tired of just negativity. And I can't imagine what people who liked 13 and watched that stream were thinking. But I can't. I don't know why people like that fucking game. I swear to God. I just... You know what's so good about Final Fantasy 13 being such a bad game, though? It's a game that I can just relentlessly hate and make fun of. And I will never personally know anyone who worked on that game. Ever. 99% chance of never knowing anyone. So I don't have to feel guilty about pointing out its flaws. By the way, Warren versus Foxer Game 1 still going on. Unless I miss them coming out again, which is possible. We need to get the chat riled up about something. Apparently there's not enough 13 haters around. Do I bring out a hot take? Or do I bring up the patch? Oh, they're in game 2, actually, so. Basement looking at East or West Wing of my mansion. Oh, I love Final Fantasy X. 13 is so bad, though. 13 is just... What's wrong with 13? Everything! The music's okay, but there is so much more that I discovered was bad with the game when I played it. Again. I hadn't played it in like 10 years. The characters are bad, the dialogue's bad, the voice acting is bad because of the dialogue. The characters are annoying. The hallway simulator is so true. It's not just linear. There is literally nothing to interact with. You are and the enemies are repetitive. The bosses aren't memorable. I played that game for almost like 12 hours and there was no boss that I fought that was actually pertinent to the story. That's insane. Anyway. I have played 11. I liked 11, but it was it's a game of its time. It's apparently getting popular again, and it's got some quality of life features that improve it, but I don't think I'll get into it again. They probably played, which is actually one of my favorite songs, is a 13 song, which is "Blinded by the Light." It's pretty good. Doesn't everything look more cringe after 10 years? No. I don't think so. I think there's plenty of things that you do, play, eat, listen, watch when you're younger that was good when you were younger and bad later. Sure. And also the flip side, that was bad when you were younger and then was better the next time you tried it. Rarely have I had something where it was awful when I played it, and then when I played it again, it was even more awful than I remembered. I love this. So I recently started watching the Final Fantasy subreddit, and sometimes I don't like their takes, but that is what it is. But there is a hot take thread in which someone was courageous enough, I mean truly the courage, to say, I think 9 is actually the overrated game and shouldn't get near as much respect or, fawning over it as it does. And I actually really agree with that. I really do. I think 9, up until the last 10, 15 years maybe, was underappreciated. It was mostly skipped over. People loved 7. People had strong feelings on 8. 9 kind of got lost in the sauce. 10 comes out, blows everyone's mind. But then in the last 10 years, I feel like you had a lot of people they're coming in with their own hot take, which is like, actually, I think 9's the best. I think 9's the greatest. I think 9 is, so underappreciated, and it's actually really, really good. And then it got so old and so overdone that now I'm on the reverse, where I'm just like, I don't think it's that great. It was like, initially I was kind of on board. I was like, yeah, it is a pretty good game. Like, I think it, maybe it should be remembered more. And then now I'm like, oh, you guys are giving it way too much credit. Sorry. To be clear, I like it. I like 9. I could even say I love it. It's a very peaceful game for me that I will replay. Not every year, but 2-3 years. So I've played it a couple times. But I think it has not a lot of problems. I just think it doesn't. There's one thing about 8 is that people feel strongly about it. They strongly dislike it or they strongly like it. 7 is just, universally acclaimed. 9 is just like, it's good or great in many departments, but I don't feel very much about it. I also really don't like how it's a 4-party system, 4-character system, that doesn't actually give you a full 4-person party until hours into the game, which makes the game really slow. It got better with the remaster because you can just fast forward battles now, but I really didn't like that. I've played Dragon Quest VIII because I had to buy it to get a demo of Final Fantasy XII. So that's why I had it. And I actually did end up finishing it, I think, a long time ago. And then I actually really liked like Dragon Quest IV or something. I had it on DS, I guess. And I actually ended up really enjoying it for some reason. And I played through that. But then no other Dragon Quest. Which battle music is goated? I mean, most Final Fantasies have great battle music. But to me, like a typical battle, like a what's the word? Like minion battle, not a boss battle. I think I would still give to 8. And then yeah, I mean, all it sounds is like, I'm biased, but I think 8's regular battle song is very good. All right, so Warren Foxer is over. Warren won 2-0 over Foxer. Now advances to wait for Eggs versus Mute, which I will get into game 2 of whenever they're ready, I guess. But there are other things that, like, definitely people think of Final Fantasy. Was it 4 or 5? Battle on the Bridge is a very good song. 6's Overworld theme is amazing. Intro, Overworld, whatever. 7 obviously has good songs. 9, I really love the festival song, like the Hunter song, and the Roses of May. I really like. Yeah. I think 8 has the best boss battle song as well. But then 10 has maybe the best particular boss battle song. Like some of the Seymour songs are very good. 12 is actually, funnily, like I don't like 13 at all, but 13 has a couple of good songs. I actually don't think of any songs about 12. And that's, I think, 12's weakest part. Someone asked earlier, by the way, when I was looking for conversation starters, Serral or Flash. And I feel like you do have to... There's got to be, like, something else to it. Because they just, like, I don't know. Like, in what way? It's hard to know. It's also so difficult because I wasn't watching Brood War when Flash really had his amazing run. You know, and I don't think his amazing runs of ASL were actually that impressive to me. You know, I know the skill was very high and StarCraft 2 is in hardly a better position and whatever, but... Like, Flash's peak was definitely better. But yeah, it's hard. Anyway, we do have a game, so we're going to get into it. Bottom left, Eggs, I believe, said he was up 1. And the top left, it is Mute. So we have a PVZ. Let me just double check. Enki was casting this. Yeah, Eggs is up 1. So, Mute, he had a couple of good games versus Estrella on Friday. Yesterday was Friday. He had a couple of good games, and wait, so it must have been Thursday. It was Thursday, that's what it was, that there was the North American qualifier. He had a couple games versus him, and still lost 3-1, but, you know, Australia's pretty good. Seems to be struggling versus Zerg right now. Eggs did not get much done versus Master, so Mute might not be as comfortable or familiar with facing someone like Eggs, who, you know, he did show a totally just macro game versus Master in one game, but then a little more aggression as expected in the first one. I'm going to guess did something similar to the first game versus Mute. You know, if he's going to be aggressive, Mute was not able to appropriately predict it or appropriately handle it. Maybe there were some other shenanigans that happened, I'm not sure. But it's always nice to see at least some, like, new-ish names. It's always so difficult to say with any amount of certainty that someone coming into StarCraft is new. Because the chances of them, like, literally playing StarCraft for years before they even try to really be good at it is so high. The chances of me just not knowing about them because I stopped casting as much of the smaller tournaments is so high. But, yeah, I haven't seen Mute very often, and it's nice to see a name I don't see as often, I suppose. Just baiting at a high level. Let's see if Mute can bring it back. I got a target opener from him, so all nice and regular. I mean, the wall's not as regular, but I don't think that'll be a problem. Eggs is going for a very fast lair. It's a 245 lair. Hot damn. Good old-fashioned Lingnitus. Void Ray's on the way from Mute. I could obstruct the potential Nidus from going into the main, of course, but you can still try to bust them even if you're only attacking the front. And then Void Ray is not as helpful versus Lings. Oracle coming up next. What the Void Ray also isn't helpful for, however, is scouting. An Oracle flies immediately across the map, doesn't take time to kill Overlords or find anything else. It goes across the map, ideally looking for drones, but of course also looking for a scout. And I don't know if Mute did the Void Ray last time as... Oh, I said Nidus Worm. Of course you could just drop. Well, you're not going to bring the Queens. So a Nidus Worm or a drop was possible. This is going to be Lings on the third, Lings in the main. No Queens, so the air units will free fire, but to clean up all the Lings that are coming across the map will be difficult for them. Third Nexus is not going to be a target for now. It could be just something you get after it's not going so well, but we are trying to break through the natural. Mute wisely throws down a gateway block for the Adept, but unfortunately the other building Was not able to complete. 9 probes going down. Already the main base being ransacked. Natural also in some serious trouble. And this has already been an effective opener as the gateway slaps down. To try once again a wall, it's just not healthy enough. There's a lot of surface area. So the Lings take that down no problem. And unfortunately, Mute is going to have to try again next week. Eggs will be the one advancing on to face Warren. In a best of 3, I guess what you could say, semifinal. Yeah, GG's. Quick and easy. If Mute had gone for a Void Ray in the last game, that may be something that Eggs picked up on. If Eggs just rolls the dice and thinks that's going to work, that also I think is possible. That's a good question. What did happen to Uko? I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of players that, you know, they're not full-time even then. And so when StarCraft 2 literally has nothing, they are going to just drop. There's definitely players who, you know, do it as a hobby and then they get a full-time job, or they graduate college, or they go to college, or whatever it is. I'm not sure. No, we didn't have +1 melee. So Foxer asked for a few minutes. Actually, he's already here, so don't have to wait too long. And we'll go ahead and play another advertisement for Safe House Shenanigans. But it was fun. And Safe House 2 is an attempt to bring fun back into StarCraft tournaments, and to bring the community into the tournament more than ever. With your help last year, we made Fruitland map 1 of the finals. Was it balanced? Probably not. Did the players even know how to play the map? Definitely not. But it was fun. And so we're doing it again, except this time, chat gets polled on which map to play. When crowdfunding hits $6,900, chat unlocks the power to decide map 1 of the grand finals. Will they face off on Metropolis, famous for its Archon toilet moment in GSL? Will the finals include Catalina, a 3-spawn map only really remembered thanks to a certain organization's map intro? Will Cactus Valley make an appearance in StarCraft again, after it arguably debuted Blink DT, thanks to Nightmare in a game versus Gumiho? Can Arkanoid be played on? Like, actually, can the players figure out this map? Or will we decide to all take a chill pill and play the finals out on cozy, comfortable Belshire Beach? There is absolutely no guarantee these maps will be balanced for the current state of the game. With the donation goal met, a poll will play out for day 1 and 2 of Safe House up to the finals. Whichever map has the most votes will be the battlefield for game 1. Support the prize pool and unlock the poll, and decide how the finals begin. Head to matchuno.com/t/safehouse2 and help shape the tournament. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Roddy, for the raid. We are getting into our next series, which will be Eggs versus Foxer. I just made a couple of videos to highlight some of the fun stuff happening for Safe House 2. And with the community support. So while they're still doing vetoes, let's just go ahead and play the other one since we have so many new people. Safe House is back with more silly match arena goals, and yes, we're going to throw another pie in someone's face. This time, you get to decide who gets the pie. When you donate to our match arena, you're not just supporting StarCraft, you're deciding which caster gets a pie in the face. Will Fear Dragon get the short stick again? Or will one other caster have the unfortunate job of pretending to be okay with getting pied? Every dollar you donate is one vote. You can vote for or against a caster getting pied, and by day 1 of the tournament, we'll know who gets pied live on stream. Support Safe House 2 and StarCraft 2, and while you're at it, make a caster get pied for the crowd's enjoyment. Head to matcherino.com/t/safehouse2 and cast your vote. And now we're into Tokamak. This is the best of 3. You got some bets going on if you would like to bet. If you don't know who these players are, maybe it's not too surprising, but they have been around for a while in their respective scenes. Foxer, a American or Canadian, I don't remember. One of those. They're both the same, am I right? And then Eggs is, I believe, Colombian. That's right, I did look that up. So playing in either some, North America qualifiers and tournaments, or LATAM, or Central America, Copa America, there you go, stuff. Eggs can be a wily one. That's so can Foxer, actually. Perhaps in different ways. Foxer, I mean, for me, I still do remember him doing, like, mech and drawing out games and being a frustrating player to play against, I'm sure. But maybe not so much on the cheese. But Eggs definitely could do something aggressive. Will he do it in this matchup? Not so sure. In the top right, it is Eggs. Bottom left, it is Foxer. And Foxer, okay. I was like, I said he didn't really do a lot of cheese against Urax. No, just a slight misrally. Yeah, Eggs is we're looking at Eggs as being a little bit more of the, okay, what crazy thing is he going to come up with now? And Foxer should be aware of that, although they do not play in the same tournaments a lot of the time. I would say certainly enough. Very bare bones research would probably also get you some information about your opponents coming into today. As the signups were limited, you could do a little research, but it is a one-day double elimination tournament, so gotta take it as he sees them. I thought Warren won, by the way. I think I said that incorrectly earlier, so sorry to anyone who listened 5 minutes ago, but Foxer 2-0'd Warren. Eggs 0'd Mutes. They're both in the lower bracket. The winner of this faces Master SC. And that is a rematch if Eggs were to win, of which Master looked very good. If Foxer wins, we've not seen that matchup, and I don't know what exactly that would look like. Special has already taken the one qualification spot of this tournament, also $50. And we'll see who get the second one now that we're down to 3 last players. Typical stuff so far in this TVZ. I was drinking some Glenlivet earlier. I am now all out. It's a very sad story. I don't have any more whiskey. I do have cherry vodka, bison grass vodka. These are things that I've bought in Poland over the last like 3 years, I think, and just don't drink super often. But no more classy whiskey. I have to bring out the oh, what is that whiskey called? It's an Irish whiskey. It's like the most popular, Jameson. And I don't really like it. Some people out there drink Jameson on like a day-to-day basis. Well, hopefully not day-to-day. on a regular basis, I don't know. But for me, it's definitely the one that you mix with a ginger ale. I don't have any ginger ale. This game is so totally normal, though. After the super quick one of Eggs versus Mute, I had to set myself up for a different type of game, but gotta remind myself. Have any of you played the League of Legends? The League of Legends fighting game, by the way. I actually got accepted to the beta, and I was like, I'll definitely play this, and I proceeded never to play it. And then I think it's open now. Anyone could play it. I will say I really like the animation. I really like the art style. But I just have never really been able to get into fighting games. You've been wanting a tequila. But your town's being investigated for alcohol. Your town? Wait, alcohol poisoning as in too many people have drunk too much alcohol? Or someone has poisoned the alcohol? And either way, not that much of a laughing matter, I think, but...
Game resumed.
Cat jumped on my desk at the worst time. I know what that's like. Usually I take it as a challenge, but then I'm only playing in meaningless ladder games. This one's a little more meaningful. Third CC coming down for Foxer. Very macro-oriented. We'll have a question if he plays, you know, mech or bio. He has been playing bio a lot more, but there is a possibility for mech. Starport comes down, so no indication on that yet. It is a story either way, that's true. Being announced for changing alcohol to menthol. Oh my god, like... That's like what happened, you know, in like the 1800s. This is... I did recently in one of my whiskey tours. So I was saying I've gone to some like whiskey lessons because I've taken my mom to Scotland and Ireland twice now. And every time we, you know, just to be a part of the culture. And one of them discussed somewhat at length about this poisoning, right? The alcohol to methanol. And I had no idea, now I know if I ever encounter it, that the answer to, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't actually remember the exact scientific names, but it's like, if it's methanol poisoning, you're supposed to give them alcohol to actually counteract it. Which I had no idea. Of course, I wouldn't recognize methanol poisoning to begin with, so I don't know how useful I am, but... yeah, that is, yeah, that's what they did when they wanted to just, you know, they wanted to sell super cheap shit, and that's how, like, it was made really cheaply and quickly. This was a 3cc opener, but this Hellion run-by could have done some significant damage. It will not. Nice cornering of the Hellions with Lings. Queens were on top of it. Foxer gonna regret that a little bit, because the Hellions are an important part of the defense while you are transitioning to barracks. I say that as we don't have any barracks on the way, so TBD. But you do need some Hellions while you're building up another army. If you're going into mech, you're just going to build more Hellions anyway, so it's not that problematic. And that is exactly what Foxer is doing. And that is a bit of a tell for Eggs as well. Eggs got Lings in as Hellions sacrificed themselves, and he saw 2 more Hellions, and then 2 more after that. In total, 8 Hellions. Now, 8 Hellions can be gotten by a bio player, but it's a choice. You really need to check if they're going mech. And fortunately, the Overlord will come in here, very necessary. We'll see that it is mech. And then it's a possibility with Foxer. It's also a possibility with the meta that we have. And the fact there's a new patch as well might encourage people to try different things, but it's not that different for Foxer. Two Banshees with speed coming out first instead of Cloak, which, I mean, might be a trend in all the matchups. Again, the Cloak has a higher chance of a surprise, like significant damage. I say higher chance, but I really mean, like, if they're really unprepared, they're very unprepared to the Cloak Banshee. Whereas if they're unprepared for Speed Banshee, it's, you know, kind of arguable that maybe that won't do as much damage as Surprise, I have Cloak and you have no detection. But yeah, if you go Speed, then, well, maybe you don't get this amazing 20 drone kill because they didn't build any Spore Crawlers or Overseers, and they don't have a lair, of course, but you still get some damage because they're just speedy. So, I mean, I'm glad that they're experimenting with it right off the bat, Terrans. Not just some North American Terrans, but Bjorn is actually the first person I saw do this. It is interesting, though, that might be a new standard. That Cloak comes after, or not at all. I do like getting Cloak if you're going to go mech especially. And I do obviously like when they save the Banshees, especially because these didn't do a tremendous amount of damage. They were forced away very quickly, as they were scouted. But having them to scout for run-bys to help deal damage to the potential roaches, which would usually be the response to mech. Eggs has gone for a Roachmorn, is going for double attack upgrades, but then is also building a Baneling Nest. So seeing that it is Cyclones, decides to go for Ling Baneling. I mean, eventually you would add Roach and Ravagers especially, but might just be trying to, yeah, play it as greedily, really, as possible. Which she's, I think, doing pretty well. 92 drones, Seems good. Infestation Pit is only just now finishing up, but still fairly quick hive. And that is a proper response. Foxer has not done very much as far as the aggression. The Banshees, I think, were supposed to be a little bit more of a terror, but they can only ever do so much in any game. Now you need to get that ball rolling, get that little back and forth, and start to cut into the Zergs. Not economy, maybe. Maybe you don't get on top of the drones, but you need to start forcing them to build something other than technology and economy. And this is going to kill 9 drones right off the bat. Lings not going to survive against what is Blue Flame Hellions. Banelings do crash in to a Cyclone, but they do not have speed. And even when they do, actually catching up to Cyclone Hellion is oftentimes the biggest problem. 4 SCVs go down as well to a Ling run by, which the Banshees were, I guess, tagging, but couldn't kill quickly enough. And that will settle things for now. Egg's not going to cry a lot about the loss of those drones. He can rebuild them fairly quickly, or not, I guess. He's not rebuilding them currently. He's got his eyes set on the final prize, figuring that he is going to survive this interim. He is going to Broodlords. He's going to upgrades. He's getting to a high economy. And so while his supply right now looks really atrocious versus a mech player, even if it is battle mech, it's kind of like the calm before the storm to a certain degree. I think it would be very scary if Foxer was relentless right now. If Foxer was constantly engaging and had not disengaged entirely to deal with the run-by, I do think Eggs is in a tricky spot. The ideal situation for a Zerg player is ideal, getting to all the economy, all the technology for army, but it's not something you're supposed to do all the time. And Foxer is back on the front lines while Egg still has yet to max out. Hatchery goes down, lickety-split to the Cyclones. Eggs is going for another run-by, however, before the planetary is done. Jumps off the tank that was offending, forces the cancel on the planetary, but 4 Banshees are here to make sure this never gets truly out of control. Reinforcements as well, although it does once again force Foxer to return home. I wonder... So I believe that Foxer could do, defense and attack at the same time. I wonder if Foxer thinks that there must be more on the way for these run-bys, or just figures that he has such a powerful position that playing it safe is better than trying to keep his Cyclone Hellbout on the front line all the time. Because he is pulling back and he is playing it safe. He has moved over into tanks as well and is starting to do the siege hop. No upgrades as of yet on Foxer. All the upgrades on Eggs, but Eggs just never got to an army. I mean, he still isn't maxed out. He tries to get to Broodlords first, but the Broodlords are not coming fast enough. He's also still got so many upgrades on the way. Even went double Hydralisk in, which looked to be on purpose, but now I'm not sure. All these things, if you get them quickly enough, then you can still get the army to hold. But I'm not sure that he has gotten there quickly enough. Meanwhile, Foxer... Again, it's maybe not been as in your face as a battle mech player could be, but he certainly has expanded rather quickly. And his planetary just now forming, but still, 5th base already on the way. Has maxed out fairly quickly. I mean, really, about as practice as if you were facing an AI, not to disparage Eggs. It's just this is, if you're practicing versus AI, you're kind of targeting a max out as fast as possible. And Foxer has... been maxed out for some time. Egg's only just now getting maxed out. Scan ahead sees Broodlords, and there must have been something. There must have been something to why Egg's not able to defend any of these attacks at any point in time. It looks like Foxer didn't necessarily think of that immediately, as we were only just now building Thors. No Vikings are here either, and Egg's kind of gamble here to get into Broodlords immediately might have just worked. Pushes back the gold base, kills a bunch of SEVs. Foxer trying to go for a couple of attacks. Lings are going to cover the Hellions. Tanks get covered by that as well. The Cyclones on the right side, however, totally free to do whatever they want. That is another hatchery falling. Both of them dealing a lot of damage to the economies. Eggs at 79 drones, Foxer at 72. But Foxer does manage to save the base. I think he had to cancel the extra command centers that he was building. He's on 9 factories too, so a good amount of production. 6 Thors popping out at once. Holy shit. You don't see that too often. And Thors are so good versus Broodlords. Now, Broodlords got better. Their bug was fixed. And we are also in a meta that has now Microbial Shroud, although that wouldn't affect the Broodlords, but we could see that from the Infestors. The answer to Thor's a lot of the time, pre-patch, post-patch, gonna be Neural Parasite. Even then, as the late-game mech army continues to get upgraded and maxed out, it's, I'm not gonna say it's the better of the two armies, but, you know, arguably it is. I mean, it's not that controversial to say that, because ZVT is a lot of the Terran getting to a perfect army in a defensive position, and the Zerg player trying to stop them from getting there. But yeah, even with Neural Parasite, even with Broodlords doing what they should, having their bug fixed, it still can be very difficult to break a mech Terran. And Foxer has a lot of experience with this. Eggs, though, I mean, one thing has happened here, and that's Eggs was seemingly being corralled. He's got tanks siege hopping closer to him. He didn't have those Broodlords. Foxer was expanding, no problem. Seems to have calmed down in that regard. Eggs is going to be able to replace his hatcheries, replace his drones. Tank run by, hello. And so he's going to have a bank as well eventually. But right now, Foxer has a bigger bank and is getting to a very turtle position. 6 SCVs go down on the left side. No planetary yet there. This could be a planetary in the future. I actually wouldn't mind it at all if it was a planetary protecting this third. So Foxer doesn't have to worry about moving his very slow army left and right. Are we going to see ghosts? That's my question. Ghost, less supply. Often, you know, they would have already been built if this was bio, but we do have ghosts as the ultimate late game option with mech. It is extremely possible we could get there. Not as of yet. No additional barracks, no Ghost Academy, but we could, especially as the spellcasters make an appearance. Lings with adrenal glands coming in, tearing up the bases that are still not fully protected. And Eggs is really starting to take some control back in this game. Does need to also get the macro going alongside this, right? Killing, or not even killing necessarily, but denying a base, delaying a base from Foxer is all well and good. But Foxer is maxed out and still has bases to mine from. So not trading with the army as of yet. You always got to worry about that in the back of your head. Okay, I'm taking down their economy. I'm not letting them grow exponentially, but their army is intact, and that is still a scary army. Eggs needs to have a bank and a half to still deal with the mech army. This mech army is really under-upgraded. Usually by this point you would have double upgrades, double armory, certainly at least 2 upgrades. We're currently on 1. And that's not usually the highlight of mech, their upgrades, because they're kind of powerful even without upgrades. I would say it is, the longer the game goes, and the more Thor-dependent we get as well. Like, Siege Tanks deal a tremendous amount of damage, whether they have +1, +2, or +3. But Thors, they're about as useful against what Eggs is doing as you would kind of think in your head if they're at 1-0. If they're at 3-3, they become an army in and of itself. So I do feel that is missing, 100%. And Foxer is really starting to lose the plot. You know, that third base being a sore point. Having it denied, again, not the biggest of deals as far as the income necessarily, but we're also getting the openings on the right side. So we are losing a tremendous amount of income and just further opportunities on the left side too. If the third's down, there's only the scout Lings now entering into the natural and entering into the main base. As I said, Eggs needs to worry about his own economy, even though this looks to be going swimmingly for him. Just because mech is a, you know, and Turtle Terran in general is a frustrating thing. You need to make sure you have that backup plan in case they start to stabilize, in case the armies start to trade very inefficiently. You need that 4,000 bank. And Eggs does need to continue expanding and maybe even rebuild a handful of drones. He is currently maxed out on army, so that doesn't seem to be the plan, but it's something to keep an eye on. The worst thing that could happen right now for Eggs is that he thinks he's got momentum. He tries to win the game, he misjudges, and then doesn't have a bank. Neural Parasites do come in, however, on the tanks first, then the Thors. Everything is turning blue right now, and Foxer looks to be broken. Scrambling Thors to the defense. But Thors alone, not what you want against a Neural Parasite. You need those Liberators with range. You need tanks, at least, to try and catch them. Eggs might not be banking tons of money, but he is finding some efficiency that Zerg players aren't supposed to be finding versus mech. He's winning in the resource trade. The Hydras won't be quite enough to end the game there as the Infestors all get taken down, but Eggs did have a gas bank of which he has now used. 11 Infestors replacing the ones lost. Broodlords were just chilling and attacking over on that right side as the Thors were busy elsewhere. And Eggs does seem to be dismantling this Mech Terran. Honestly, I don't know for sure. Foxer would have to talk about it. This actually feels like Foxer's a bit rusty with Mech. Like he has played it, but maybe hasn't been forced to a post 14-ish minute game in a while. Has maybe faced Zerg players who were not diving towards Broodlords, really put a hiccup in his plan. Up until those Broodlords, he absolutely had the winning move. He was expanding, he was aggressing, he had a great army. And then the Broodlord showed up and he had shit, oh shit, like I need Thors. And that took a lot of time to recover. But if you're playing Mech non-stop against every Zerg player you play, I actually feel like that's not something you're necessarily surprised by. Like at any point, actually. Like even if they don't go Broodlords, a lot of Mech players will add in at least 2 Thors, just in case maybe it's a stupid Muta swap, which is pretty stupid nowadays. Or in case, yeah, it's Broodlords, which if nothing else is happening, they're probably trying to go for. I don't think Foxer ever did scout that. He scouted the Spire, but not the Greater Spire. Just maybe didn't consider the timing of it or how powerful just a couple of them would be initially. But yeah, things have really gone off the rails. GG. Eggs obviously played a good game. Once he got a foothold, he did not let go. But it was touch and go. The first 10, 12 minutes, I felt was very Foxer-sided, and then the last 10 was very Egg-sided. Eggs-sided. Egg-sighted. Cat. Best of 3 will continue onto ley lines. Top right it is Foxer, bottom left it is Eggs. Yep. I think that summed it up. First 10 minutes was Foxer, last 10 minutes was Eggs. Maybe a little more 12 and 8 or something like that. But point is, by the end of it, Eggs looked dominant. But I really feel like Foxer had a good, great, fantastic position when he was getting to that gold. Could it have been better? You know, I'm really being quite finicky here by saying yes. But I think there could have been more aggression on Hellion Cyclone. I think that could have really ruined Egg's day earlier on, but it's always hard to tell. But Foxer not having anything to the Broodlords is what really started the true downfall. But it was even worse than expected. You know, there's plenty of mech games where the mech player goes, oh god, Broodlords exist, I forgot. And they don't have any Thors. And so they emergency start building Thors. And they recover, basically. You know, there's a little bit too much for the Broodlord to do, especially when there's only like 5 of them. Maybe they do get a base, but you're still on 4 bases, that's still totally fine. But I think that just really started all of the chaos. You know, Foxer suddenly didn't have enough Hellions because I think he prioritized building Thors. And I didn't even check his tech lab to reactor ratio. Maybe that was off too. And so he didn't have Hellions to deal with the Lings. And then the Brood Lords themselves and the Broodlings as well. So there was a very Thor, like literally Thor-based army. And then the upgrades were entirely forgotten. And yeah, the more that you get in the late game, the more you do need upgrades. Missing upgrades for a while with Battle Mech is kind of excused. You know, either you get the armor or you don't get any for a while. That's okay. Then if you go into maybe mid to late game, you're still expecting maybe like 2-1 on the way because they grab a second armory. And then when you get to that mass Thor position, you are expecting at least 2-2. And then Thors are really, really scary. But missing upgrades, missing Hellions, missing anticipation. There was no army ready when eggs struck. It was always responding. So that was very bad when you have a slow army. It was just a lot of things missing from the late game. Not to super harp on Foxer's mistakes here. But that's why I'm like, it feels like maybe he did, you know, he's been playing mech and he's doing battle mech into the tanks, and that tank push was very strong and very scary. And then just maybe hasn't had as much practice recently with that late game getting to that point. Whereas eggs, whether he practiced it or not, I mean, his game plan was actually get to that end point. So when he did, it was like, yeah, I did it. Whew. Whew, that was a tough one. And then when he did it, he did it really well. And Lings were definitely a highlight. Brood Lords stopped Foxer from advancing, but those Lings got into every nook and cranny. Foxer going for a second barracks, changes things up a lot, still goes for a third CC. The Overlord sees that. Can't tell what else it is. Could be Starport. Could be 2-1-1. Could be, I guess it's all a Hellion, so it could only be some extent of a 2-1-1, but could be mech. And that's something that eggs will not discover for some time. Might be able to read some cues, but with this opener, it is kind of difficult. You know, 4 Hellions, if it's that to the extent, does absolutely point towards bio. And that will be the extent of the Hellion production. Oh, but these Hellions, a little bit quicker than last time, do get in, kill 5 drones. I'd say that's worth it. 2 more Hellions still available in case Lings went for the run by. 2 Hellions isn't what you would want against, let's say, 14 plus Lings, but it would be good enough, just barely good enough. But this is more about the scouting. So this Overlord can't quite see the gases, it can't quite see the Hellion count. Here comes the Ling. Sees only 2 more. Oh my god, they used Eva. Oh my god. Sees only 2 Hellions. I think that could technically be enough of a read that it is bio, but it can't say that it's not Banshee, I guess. And it's also still a real reach to just be like, aha! That's a little bit too much, but it's like technically very few mech players would stop building Hellions at 4. Very few Terran players would stop using their Hellions if they still had 4, you know? Like, if there's 4 Hellions, they'd be trying to do something. But, it's hard to tell. And we're going to have that armory added on, which is kind of what I expected with him still building at least 1 or 2 Hellions. But it's going to be that little Hellbat addition to kind of 2-1-1, 3-base 2-1-1. That can just be that extra little punch that could successfully end the game. And Eggs does not know about it. Eggs about Spore Crawlers aren't very helpful. Not knowing precisely what the build was, still had to be scared of Banshees and to an extent Liberators. A Ling did just see the Hellions. I don't know if it saw the Medivacs. Eggs is prepping a run by, hoping to buy some time, but the wall is there. Reinforcements are coming to protect it as well. And this is a very scary moment for Eggs, who also gets supply blocked with that Overlord kill. Only Lings, no Banelings. Queens do come together, but this is a lot of firepower, and just a couple of Hellbats means the Lings really can't help out that much. The Queens need both. Everything needs to come together, but it's not capable of doing so in the numbers that it needs. The Hellbats are starting to go down. Those Ling run-bys stopped in exchange for coming back home to hopefully hold on. Unfortunately, it might not be enough. It might have just barely been enough to live. But Eggs loses a lot of Lings. He loses a lot of Queens. He built a Spine Crawler, which is actually very helpful right now. And the Spore helps out too. Hey. Now that was still absolutely a trade, as Foxer does have a 3rd CC. Keep that in mind. Double Engineering Bay as well, only just now researching the armor, but still. Eggs took a lot of damage. 5 queens, 3 overlords, 47 lings, and the drones from earlier. And I'd say it could have been worse. Could have been worse. It actually could have been game ending. And it also could have had still 2 medevacs with some amount of units flying around harassing. As it is, for the last second defense that was made, better alive than dead. Yeah. 5 queens will be enough to inject and creep spread a bit, but of course not enough to help out in a follow-up attack so much. Creep spread is a little lacking right now, but at least it's on the way. Fox are comfortable on 3 bases. And I was saying earlier that I feel like Foxer has done a lot more bio as far as the ones I have watched from him, which is not a lot. That's not saying much, but still. At once upon a time, I thought he was more mech. That hasn't been the case for years. Maybe he is just more bio, and he does seem very comfortable right now. And if he's more practiced with bio, we'll kind of see that a bit more with the ebb and flow. This kind of surprise attack, it could work for anyone who practices the build and the build itself. I think we're... Whoa, what's happening there? Whoa. Okay. What really shows me, like, you know, Ed Foxer is on his game. He's practiced that bio is, again, the ebb and flow, how aggressive he is with the drops, how much he's focus firing, how his macro looks, and right now it's looking quite good. Good focus fire on the Banelings. One medevac does go down, and will finally push that drop back. Foxer has taken a good little lead here, and he's not going to let it up. He is continuing to rally forward, grabbing a 4th base as well. Second factory already finished. 1-1 about to compete with Eggs' 1-1. And Eggs' army is just a little bit bare. It's not unwinnable. Eggs could take control over this game if he gets maybe a good engagement. A surround. Not enough medevacs to pick all these units up. But can he get it? Seriously, what is going on with this map? I don't think it's my monitor. Okay, yeah, it's gone. Okay, anyway. Marines once again pulling very nicely off of the creep, focus firing the Banelings as well, but the Marines not going to stand up to that much of a surround, and that many Lings barely get the heck out before the medevac goes down. Eggs holds. Foxer also, in a way, holds his position. Eggs is surviving. Foxer is thriving. Although he has once again forgotten his upgrades. 2-2, not starting up immediately. Is a mistake. Double sensor tower. In lieu of 2-2 upgrades, that's not the trade you want to make. Ling's trying to set up for a run-by. Accidentally find the army. Foxer had those 2 medevacs just chilling out in the middle of the map, tries to come back in, but there is enough defense over there. Ling's trying to go now past all of the armies, into the natural, into the main base. Main base denied. Natural, well, going to be cleaned up rather quickly by Foxer, who also tries to continue harassing, does lose a medevac for it, but also has the attack on the left side. He is going for a lot of different attacks while also defending. So far, it's going fine. It's not finding a lot of damage, but I think it is still keeping Eggs off his own game. Like, neither player is playing absolutely perfectly. Eggs banking 1,000 minerals, Foxer banking a little bit as much, and still no 2-2 upgrades. In fact, he gets his armory upgrade. It's like we've, reversed it. This is what he should have gotten last game. But still not getting his 2-2 is really starting to hurt. Okay, finally gets the attack, and that is the most important. Drop is forced to pick up again. We're not getting that killing blow that maybe the supply says is possible. With a 40 supply, 30 supply lead now. Foxer maybe should have had this game in the bag. It is starting to slip away because while Eggs is still lower in supply, he has managed to get up to 6 bases, so the larva is flowing. He has a macro hatchery too. He has Hive. Ultraless Cavern is on the way. His upgrades were more on point than his opponents, and he's prioritizing that +3 Carapace, Juno Glands as well. Ling Infestor Ultra is about to appear when the bio player is still very marine-based, no ghosts, and very few upgrades. Eggs isn't quite so rich to just immediately pop out a dozen ultras, though, so that should keep Foxer as the aggressor. But Eggs doing a great job looking for these opportunities for run-bys, trying to go into the natural now. Not a whole lot of reinforcements there. Supply depots break and supply block Foxer, too. So many Banelings. They go off the command center. And he does lift just in case they do. 19 SCVs go down. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the army is every which way that we look. Queens are falling, but Ling Baneling is available. Pickup has to happen. Foxer starting to lose control over the front line, and Eggs is bringing this back. Burrowed Baneling's also in play as he also starts to build those ultras with the chitinous plating. That will take a little while, but it looks like Foxer has been broken. The natural is in trouble. The main will be in trouble. He does have enough army to hold, but can he bring this game back as his opponent heads into Ultralisk? He still does not have any ghosts. Very few Marauders, SCVs getting slaughtered by the Banelings. Foxer in a whole world of trouble. He has plenty of command centers, but the SCV count is about to be so low. Last second split as the bio holds in the natural. Foxer is alive, but he is battered. I don't know if he can recover fast enough. These ultras are... Oh, no, one +2 got denied. Oh, my God. These ultras, they're going to be invincible. I mean, he could have Microbial Shroud on them. He didn't upgrade it, but he could. And then they'd really be invincible. Not going for Microbial Shroud, just using them classic style. Looking for the Shark Fester moment, and there it is. Oh, no, he doesn't actually do it fast enough. I don't know what happened there, but Foxer kills the Infestors and holds on to the army. The Ultras go nope, 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 which even if they did come into the fungal, they still didn't have chitinous plating. That might have been anti-timing either way. That might have been almost like a gift to have the Infestors die and the Ultras to retreat. And that is a very injured army. It's over stim. The Medivacs are almost out of juice. Widow Mines will help out a little bit, but these Ultras are a huge problem. Kirif is also going to finish on that upgrade. 1-1 bio versus these Ultras is just disgusting. Wisdom says lone ultra should not chase after retreating bio, but I think it could have. This 10 army supply is a lie. It is 1-1 bio versus 2-3 ultras. Lane's getting into the main base with this, oh, funny enough, a wall, but a bit haphazard. Fungal! And that is going to be it. That is it. Foxer not able to keep the reins on this game. Eggs will be advancing to have a rematch versus Master in a best-of-5 qualifying match. That's it. And a fairly similar game to the last. Really felt like Foxer had a great chance. Or maybe 10, 8, 9 minutes. Then the signs started to show that Eggs was bringing it back, and then Eggs suddenly pops out with this late game. And it's indestructible. GG's. Eggs advances. I'm gonna BRB, because I need water, 100%. So enjoy this safe house ad. Vegan pie in Fear Dragon's face. We have correctly gotten a vegan pie that he is not allergic to, so...
And apparently someone did donate specifically for Nathaniel's to throw it in my face, so...
Yeah, apparently that did happen.
It's been a long time coming, and I'll do it on behalf of everybody else before me as well.
Honestly, the fear in Nate's eyes right now, too, as he's worried about hurting his friend, which is why it's good he's doing this. And there he goes! Right for it.
Oh.
Pie into face, pie on ground.
It looks like Rubby might be slightly blinded.
A little bit blinded by the cream pie.
Yep, the tongue is definitely starting to melt.
Jesus.
Did you want like a drink or something?
I'm seeing some open mouth.
Yeah.
You know?
The lips are getting red. They are.
We need a whole...
Yeah, oat milk might be helpful.
No, we'll go beer.
My favorite thing about this map, I don't
What
know
the
how
fuck, Fear
intentional-
Dragon?
What?
Are you?
Right now, Rubby.
All of them. It's everyone. You're not special.
It's heavy.
Does he usually lift
That's
this
heavy.
much weight?
Oh my god.
Oh, he's not even close to getting through
That's
it.
like halfway.
Oh god, there's still so much.
There's still so much.
There's still so
She thinks
much.
it's done, but it's not done.
Oh.
All right. Every $15 minimum donation can choose a caster to choose a card from this game here. You laugh, you drink.
I don't need dexterity for...
All right.
Very gently go to the target, place your hand on their stomach, and whisper congrats. I'm glad I could put that inside of you.
It's obviously a fucking problem. Look, he's losing the gateway. He's got robo depowered, pros pulled from the natural. What the fuck is he gonna do about it?
Trigger's up on supply.
Huh?
Trigger's up in supply.
What are you on about?
What is fucking Probe's gonna come in and win the game right now? You think he's gonna just win with that?
Then
They're gonna
don't
get
put that
fucking
in
blasted,
this.
mate.
Mate, the fuck are you on about? This bioarm is actually overstimmed all the way to fucking Sydney.
And he wants to win this game right here, right now.
Yeah, and we got a mind drag attempt coming in right
Oh
now.
my god, Artosis.
Oh, so many zealots.
The friendly fire.
Tasteless. Yeah, there's a lot of zealots in this army, and he's got those Colossus. The Colossus really good against the Marines because it's very violent against them. It reminds me of the show Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, I'm certainly peeking right now, Artosis. As the Zealots chase him back, the Colossus coming in, and that's gonna be it! GG! Epic wins game number 1.
Did you intentionally get that wrong? I am back. Welcome, everyone. They are getting their vetoes done. Hello. Cat's doing cat things. While we're waiting to get in the game, I've already shown you some of the ads, but I'm going to take a quick look over the Matcherino. How do thingy? There we go. That's what I mean to do. How do? Anyway, so this is the Matcherino, which you can find a link in the chat below, or wherever chat aside. I don't know. Anyway, the tournament's happening October 18th and 19th. That is 2 weeks from now. Me, Fear Dragon, Steadfast, Chicken Man, Zergirl, and States will be arriving. Obviously, we're in our number 1 qualifier, number 2 qualifier next week, same time, same place, same deal. Trigger, Dolan, Australian Champ have already been invited, special qualified today, and we're about to find out the second qualifier. A big thank you to everyone who has already donated to the Matcherino. Some big donos coming in. Patchaderm, thank you. 47ness, you got, I believe that's our, I think that's our Spanish caster, actually. There's me, who accidentally pressed the contribute button, and it actually went through when I was doing that video that showed you putting in who you wanted someone to be pied. Anyway, don't worry about it. Ursa TV are also hosting their own North American event. They're the big contribution. Thank you very much. And then, I feel like there's one more big one. The Ollie McGee. Huge. We can also see that there's coupons being contributed. And you guys can contribute with these coupons. You don't have to do anything except sign into Matcherino. Click the clam code, and then you add to the prize pool. Thank you, Strix, for the $50. And then I think, nope, still more to go. Oh, there's so many coupons. There's so many coupons. So many. Trillarius, thank you. Commando, $300. Ison, 100. Bob Vernon, 25. So much support for the tournament. Thank you all early on from the get-go. From minute 1 of this being up, people even beat me to my own prize pool contribution. So thank you. There's a couple of t-shirts that I still have if you'd like to get a t-shirt that has StarCraft sayings, but if not, you could also get the replay pack, which will be released after the tournament. And then here are all the goals that you could check out. Some of them are pretty silly. And the game is happening, but some of the ones that I highlighted are the pie and donations choice face. So anyone who gives anything to this can say that they want someone to be pied, by all means. Prize pool goal is $3,000. It's a big prize pot going entirely to the players, and then 50-50 between players and production from there on out. And a lot of other silly things that we're going to be doing when we're actually at the safe house in Las Vegas. I think we're about to get into a game, so let's swap on over. And get some predictions. Apparently drinking whiskey is not good for your throat. I mean, as if. It's a best-of-5 qualifying match. The winner will be in the main event of Safe House 2, which currently has close to a $2,000 prize pool and is going to grow. In the bottom left, it is Eggs. In the top right of Ley Lines, it is Master. These two faced off before. They both find themselves in the lower bracket. Special was crowned the victor of the upper. And now one of these players gets to make it through. We had Eggs in the safe house last year, so that would be fun. But Master as a new face to safe house would also be fun. And I would say is currently the favored player as well. Masters looked really good versus Eggs in their best of 3 played earlier. Eggs tried a bit of aggression and then a bit of macro. Neither one was able to defeat Master, who just looked very practiced versus anything Eggs could do. On the flip side, Eggs did tumble a little bit when it came to the early game defenses of the Adepts, of the Oracles. That did not set them up very well for success. A couple more series, a little more warmed up, maybe remembering how Master plays. Maybe Eggs can surprise us and take this best of 5. So far, normal stuff. Master does seem to be a macro player. Eggs can do both, as we've seen in both his ZVP and ZVT at this time, and ZVZ actually. But yeah, he is more likely to be the aggressor in this particular matchup, especially since he did play one macro game against Master, and it was probably very frustrating how much it did not quite work, and doesn't want to do that again, which is really a tale for many a Zerg player facing Protoss in the last 15 years, but particularly in the last couple of years. Master, just do what he did in the last series, and he will look very good. So that's double Adept Opener, double Oracle, Blink +1, Storm. Yeah. That's what he did in both games, I believe. The second game, which is the macro game, he had to account for Eggs' non-aggression, and then it went into a Fleet Beacon fairly quickly. Yeah. But it is same old for Master, which is also super standard for Protoss around the world. And since it is going to be a Adept open, this Overlord could just chill for a little while over here. There's no Stalkers going to be produced for a while. Third hatch in the vertical place for Eggs. I think Master maybe saw the probe moving, maybe is going to double check that there actually is a third hatch. I think that's very wise. Eggs, absolutely, especially just to get a grand start to a best of 5. Could go for a Ling all in. But the Adept checks, sees third, checks natural, sees a good amount of drones, and will wait for its buddy in crime. Is what the last few games they did anyway happened. This Overlord is in trouble if it doesn't start moving soon. Really perfectly timed there. Nicely done by Eggs. The Lings come across the map. Master will wall off. And we'll track this Oracle next. There we go. This qualifier has lasted longer than I was anticipating. But double elimination tends to do that. As more often than not, I would say, the lower bracket gets caught up in some way. One person has a particularly long play style, you know. Very turtly, very defensive, doesn't give up, never surrender. And that just has a little domino effect to the rest of the bracket. But still, happy that most of the games have been competitive and that we're seeing a couple of new faces. Oracle number 2 is on the way. Twilight Council and Forge. Yes, Master will stick to what works. Whereas Eggs is the one that needs to change things up a little bit. His Oracle defense actually has been pretty good. It didn't really highlight that, I suppose, because the Adepts were still causing problems. There was the 2 Adepts or the 5 Adepts. But the Oracles haven't really found any large kills. They've managed to stay alive, which is the most important. And this time around, the Adepts didn't try to be as aggressive. So, no Adept attack, no damage taken, and then the Queen's doing as good of a job as they did in the previous series, which is at times quite good. Means that this is probably the best game so far for Eggs versus Master. Eggs is getting Overlord speed. Alair as well. Oh, did not see that. Okay. As soon as I was like, Oracle defense has been pretty good, guys. At least it's not killing all these drones, but that is a good stasis trap. That also does a little bit of scouting, doesn't it? Seeing what pops out of those eggs. Oh, no, it doesn't. I don't know why I thought... I'm thinking of a stasis trap itself, of course. That's on me. But anyway, we do need a bit of scouting to happen continuously. The Oracles are tasked with that first and foremost, not so much on the harassment. Unfortunately, the Oracle tagged the main and then went around and saw Queens converging, Roaches building, Overlords moving, all suspect in the pattern, I would say. And Master is going to have to go on the defensive. He's got charge finishing up as he did go charge first. Stasis traps being planted down. Shield battery available in the third. And it looks like Master isn't going to add any more. Oracles check and see the Queen's coming along. Main base is also under attack. Keep in mind, no shield battery there. Does Master pay attention? Currently, Eggs is keeping his attention on the front line. Zealots moving to attack this without shield battery support. I don't know. It looks like Master is being appropriately distracted. Warps in the main base. Now pulls his Zealots back from the Roach Ravager. The Zealots did still stand up for a long time. +1 is now done on them too. And now a little bit more of that shield battery action. Very few Roaches left over. Ravagers now being hit. Oracles, yeah, they do come in and die, but I think the rest of the army is looking far too strong. And that looked easy by the end of it, didn't it? 11 probes did go down. The main base was a little bit of a surprise. Was a little bit of that distraction, but not enough. Master. Thing is, Master went for 3 gas. Was going to build a lot of charge lots by the looks of things before he even scouted what was going down, or he scouted it earlier than I realized. But either way, if Eggs, and Eggs probably was, Eggs hoping that this guy was going to go right into Storm, all the gases, hold off on the production of the army, he was unfortunately wrong this time. It was probably a good guess considering their previous games. But this time around, the Zealot numbers were just too high, and they really do last a long time against this composition. So even when they were away from the shield battery, it seemed like that was very much a logical decision made. He was like, yeah, they're going to last. I'll have reinforcements. It's fine. And that's why it looks so easy. Not the build that Eggs wanted to go up against. Finding someone in researching Storm or only having... Would he be able to have it? I don't know if he would, or maybe like one Archon in emergency. It just not as many units. And then the main base is an extra problem. And then the actual, I think firepower doesn't become as scary. It just looks a lot better. And it looked so. I don't want to say made it look hopeless, because again, I think it was a build order problem. And Master did the appropriate scouting and reaction. But after that, plus the best of 3 that happened, that's what makes it feel like, oh no. Oh. I think it's a perfectly acceptable and even good idea to do that build, I think, against what Master was doing previously, but oh well. It's not the end of the best of 5. Eggs could still bring it back. Hello. Game 2 is going to be on Persephone. In the top left, it is Eggs. Bottom left, it is Master. I mean, there's no way that Master got enough scouting, I'm pretty sure, to only go 3 gases that entire time. I think he was planning a build of which he was going to even surprise Eggs. Protoss can go into even a Warp Prismless, no proxy gateway, but still they can go into a lot of Zealots, send them across the map. Not as like a 2-base cheese, but as a 3-base attack. And that can actually do quite a bit, especially if, on the other hand, Zerg is actually droning, and depending on Lings to get the intel and defenses going, +1 melee, for instance, a build that Eggs did show. I think maybe both of them were thinking, hey, it's a brand new series. Let's try and get this out with a bang. Let's do something different. And Master did it differently after that Twilight Council blink. Then he did change over into the limited gas, far more Zealots. And Eggs also changed it into a heavier attack with the Queen Roach and the Ravager and the Lings in the main. And unfortunately, it just made it so that Master's change was better than Eggs' change. If you're an optimist, you could be like, well, that just, that sucks that the builders didn't work out very well. That probably won't be the reason I lose again. But again, thinking that the best of 3 went Master's way beforehand, that's what could be weighing on Eggs' mind. It's like, God damn it. Doing something different didn't work out either. But there's still so many other things Eggs could do. I mean, I'm not going to say that the Zerg arsenal is limitless, because I don't want people to think like the Zerg has a severe advantage here. But certainly there are a lot of different builds and styles and, frankly, tricks that Zerg can throw out. I don't think they're all super effective. In fact, many of them, many Zergs would say that they are not effective at all, like a proxy hatch, for instance. You could do that, but most players would say it's not a very good build. Especially if the opponent is good and religious about scouting, which Master definitely has been. But you could try it. And there's always a chance that whatever you choose to do, which theoretically isn't very good, is still such a crazy maneuver that, someone has no experience against it, they have no practice against it, they don't expect it. But again, even though Master also changed his game plan, he did go for the 3 gas, which took me forever to notice, but it is what it is. I'm a whiskey deep, leave me alone. Master, he could actually just do the exact thing he did in the first series, which is a more typical, all 4 gases, and maybe even the quick 6 gases, or over here actually, and purely defensive. No, Schwab. 1, it'd be incredibly inauthentic. 2, kind of conjoined with it being inauthentic, I don't think it works very well when you're like, this caster does something that I like, you do it too, I don't think that ever works. Not in such a specific way, anyway. You know, I like when the caster screams and makes things exciting. Okay, you could do more of that, but being like, I like when Tastosis brings up Ninja Turtles. You should do that more often. It's like, well, it's not going to be nearly as good as you think it will be. Plus, I don't want to steal his thing. Every caster needs a thing. They could pick any StarCraft 2 player, current or not. I mean, I would want the old school, just like, good old days. North Americans, Neeb, Scarlet, Masa, Nina. Well, I mean, she could have played. I don't know why she doesn't, but... who else? I feel like I'm missing someone, but I don't. I'm blanking right now. Anyway, the ones who would always be like, you know, top 6 or 8 or whatever at Kings of the North and stuff. Canning would always be fun, sure, yeah. Checking up on the builds here. Okay, Master. Okay, I'm like gaslighting myself. He definitely went 4 gas and then 6 gas in the previous best of, right? I didn't just completely miss that. I feel like I'm gaslighting myself. Anyway, he is once again doing what he did last game. So I focused a lot on what Eggs was doing last game. Only noticed at the end, oh my god, this is a Zealot heavy build. This time, Master focused on that. Very Zealot heavy, only 3 gases. Not something that Eggs can tell. Oh no! His Overlord did see that. So he could absolutely tell. My bad, then. Alright, so he can tell that it's 3 gas, although he wouldn't know when exactly it's going to be taken now. And it is, again, the 2 Oracle opener of the 2 Adept, but not the additional Adepts that he was doing in the last series that did bully Eggs a decent bit. He is going into 3 gases, right into that charge. +1 is also on the way. Sure, Eggs could see something to tip him off to that. But is he actually wary of it? Right now, going double upgraded Lings seems awfully dangerous against someone who is massing Zealots with +1. It seems like the opposite of what you would want to do. A Bailey Nest would help, for sure, but this Bailey Nest is feeling awfully late. IDK! There's the Zealots running across the map. This was Master's plan last game, and it just really worked out against Eggs' all-in that he was doing. This time around, Eggs isn't doing an all-in, but this is the scenario that Master was hoping for last game. Like, the one that happened was good for him too, but this is also something these would be good against. Zealots against someone going pure Ling. They're not going to be very good if they get choked up on the Queens, and yeah, Master does start to micro them a little bit, but as they start to run around, the Ling surrounds are getting more efficient, but all seconds before their upgrades are done. That would have been really big for that particular battle, but the Bailings are now done, and at least that will be cleaned up. Master, he throws the Zealots across the map, says, aha, that's a surprising number of Zealots, isn't it? And Eggs goes, yeah, it is, goddammit. But Eggs will clean this up, and maybe he can recover. Master did delay technology to do this, but I would say it did enough damage. It forced out more Lings, it forced out a hell of a lot of Banelings, it forced non-drone production. The drones are very inefficiently mining at this point. It did a lot. And 8 drones literally did go down. So this has already done enough. And behind this, you know, it also lasted a long time. Those Zealots were in the main, stopping that mining, but also stopping Eggs from counterattacking. Master actually built up more Zealots. It's going to send them across the map, perhaps seeing an opportunity, but actually, since all the Banelings were still around... Wait, all the Banelings were used on the remaining Zealots? Holy crap. I figured they'd be a little more efficient. There was like 10 Banelings left. Wow. Okay, well... Anyway, maybe he saw that, sent the Zealots across. It also could be that he needs more time. Archons are being formed. Storm is starting. It's starting. Archons are finishing up. And that's going to be very good against Lings. But he definitely needed some time. With these Lings having now 1-1 against his own +1. With the Zealots having sacrificed themselves. Eggs' counterattack could have been scary if there were no Archons, but it's taken so long to actually get onto Master's side of the map. There are not only replacement Zealots, there are also Archons. And not even really waiting for Storm here. Blink is done, and that's good enough. Moving across the map, realizing his composition is just so much better. It's so much better. As long as it had any amount of units to it, you know? A couple of Archons, a handful of Zealots. It is going to be better than what Baneling can supply here at this supply. If this was 200 supply to 153, I don't know, maybe. But this is clearly a winning maneuver for Master, and he is good enough to see it. On 4 bases, too, so even if this didn't work out somehow, some way, he would have a lot to fall back on. Storm finally finished, is being used, but doesn't even need it. It really feels like Master has a handle on this matchup, but then also specifically versus Eggs. Even when there's a little less, let's say, guarantee. When there's 2 people deciding to do 2 aggressive maneuvers. And, you know, they don't know what each other's doing. Like the first game today. Or this series. It still works out for Master. And then every other game, it just seems like he knows what's going to happen, and he knows how to defend against it, and he knows Eggs' style, and his habits, and his decision-making, and... Master is really, really just looking very good versus Eggs. That was a kill, not a cancel. Eggs having trouble with Larva by the looks of things. Can't spend all of his money. Master is roaming around with Zealot Archon Storm, but is also transferring over into Fleet Beacon. Not going to miss a beat. Probably knows he does not need a mothership right now. But if this game was close, it would be a wise thing to do. No doubt a frustrating experience for Eggs. But Master... Even if it's not something like Zealots beat Lings, lol. He does look really good in this matchup. GG's. Master 2-0. And Eggs is on his last life. Miss Idra. I mean, you have to go way back in time, but yeah, there's also that possibility. A safe house with Idra, Huck, QXC, Machine, Ret, Illusion. I don't know. Puma isn't North American. I mean, he did live in North America. I don't know if he would have counted. Xenocider, yeah. Xenocider was good. How maybe even a... oh man, what is his name? A liege. I don't know if I would actually invite Destiny. Destiny was nice enough to me, to be fair. But I never really liked his... his way of debating, let's say. No, Nooney's a good one. Nooney's a good one, for sure. You know, basically the entire EG team house. Any North Americans on Team Liquid. I also, you know, I was actually casting a lot of the North American scene. You know, the actual smaller tournaments with less well-known North Americans. And there were some players that I really enjoyed. They were good guys. Can't think of their names right now. I feel like some people are just throwing out old school names and they're forgetting that we're talking about Americans. Safe house for America's tournament. But sure, yeah. All right, potentially last game here on Pylon. Top left it is Eggs, bottom right it is Master. And Master just looks to be the better player in this particular matchup. It's quite unfortunate. I feel like Eggs is a player who would generally be able to punch above his weight, first of all. So even if it was like well known that X player is supposed to beat Y player, Eggs would have a shot. But then also that Eggs could have so many builds and so many ways of playing that someone would at least look a little off kilter. Like there would be an opening, you know? Maybe he does get 3-0, but then every game, Master had to scramble to try and defend something or figure something out. And that's just not happening. Even in the first game where I think Master got lucky, basically, to an extent. There's always a little bit of luck in StarCraft. And then he did the appropriate scouting and the appropriate defense, and he was very whatever. It still, didn't favor Eggs. Like it just, you figure there would be something a little luck based around each other. That Master would go for an unideal build, and Eggs would go for the ideal build. And so far, it's always been the opposite. So that's why I think it's especially frustrating. Just like really, you chose that build, and I chose this because. Come on. At this point, Master has done the 3 gas, just, charge that build up. 2 games in the specified. Will you go to third? I could see it. I don't really want to say that you would usually do it. Maybe last game he did it again because no one expected doing it twice. It's kind of logic, but that opener, just while it looked like it could maybe macro. The Zealots did enough damage, the transition over into the Archons was fine, the economy looked fine. Make no mistake, I mean, if all those Zealots ran across the map and they found a brick wall of roaches, Master would be in a hell of a lot of trouble. So this is not a catch-all build that you do like the best of 3 they played, where Master did feel like more of a catch-all build. If he scouted something that was dangerous, he could maneuver. He could make it work, but no matter what was being thrown his way, he could have the macro, he could have the technology, he could have the army. The 3 gas, the Zealots on across the map, there's a chance that if that really gets stonewalled, it's just kind of game over for him. But in that vein of thinking, if Eggs is thinking same way, like, no way he could go for a 3rd time, but what if he does? I guess I have to go roaches. You've already kind of taken a little bit of, I guess, the power position in the mind game so far. It is going to be the Oracle opener, but that wasn't a surprise. Same amount of gases that it gets. Evolution Jibber coming down fairly quickly for Eggs, so perhaps going to go for another Ling-based opener. Maybe just +1 melee this time. Any interesting new strats influenced by the patch? No. I don't know if there's really new strats that'll come out anyway. I don't think the patch changed enough of the early to mid game. Maybe one day we'll see Microbial Shroud be an integral part of late game Zerg. But I don't think that'll be a day very soon. Third and 4th gas this time. Like I was saying, for Eggs, he could be kind of forced to doing exactly what he is doing, which is going into roaches. He's, talk a lot about how Eggs could be aggressive and Master can kind of figure out a way out of it, because if he's playing a kind of base style of Protoss, like there's ways to always react if you scout appropriately. They're on the other side, right? Like if the Zerg player wants to go for a Ling opener and only Lings, like they should know that there are things they need to be afraid of and scared of, and there are safer ways to play Zerg, and that means roaches. So, it's basic, I suppose, but it is also safe. And if Master were doing the Zealot thing again, then Eggs would have an advantage. Of course, as soon as Master saw that it was roaches, which he has not quite seen it, but if he, he did, he could have also maybe changed his game plan then too. Anyway, we do have something different. So while this isn't going to be the 3 gas, this is going to be forgeless. A lot of gateways are already on the way. That is a lot of Blink Stalkers planned to be built. So no forge, no robo. Warping in, back at home, walking across the map. Eggs. I mean, if you figured this out, that would be fantastic. The Overlord has not scouted the gases, but he's probably figuring it's not Zealots. He sees the Stalkers at this point. They are moving across the map. Exactly what this is, though, is still a little bit up to debate. More Stalkers appear. Of course, the alarm bell should be ringing. Stalkers are moving aggressively. I should make some amount of defense. But if you saw this pylon, the alarm bells would be blaring as loudly as they could. Proxy Gateway might take some time to build up, but this is a bit more of a extended situation. It's not so much of a burst of, haha, surprise. It is, okay, Stalkers appear, take a little back away, take a little back away. And we're talking about very sustained engagements from both parties. Roach Hydra, the tech of choice for Eggs, but not quite in that critical mass. Ling's trying to buy that time alongside the Queen Transfused. But the Stalkers see an opportunity. They blink forward, going after the very few units the Zerg has. But Zerg is reinforcing. Roaches pop out. Master has to be careful. He has to keep a critical mass of Stalkers, obviously, but he wants to be aggressive. He wants to take advantage of this weak Zerg army while it still is weak. Give it too long to build up a protective layer for the Hydras. Suddenly those Hydras just rip through the Stalkers, especially because they have +1 missile. The Master's proxy gateway is up. He's building an even closer proxy gateway. He's got stasis traps to fall back to. He's continuing this sustained micro battle, trying to win it out, but there's a nice concave of Queen Hydra. Eggs desperately needs more reinforcements, and they're just simply not coming fast enough. 1,200 minerals on the bank, 200 gas as well, and that is ultimately what is going to kill Eggs right here as Master sees the opportunity. He's been so aggressive. It's very clear he knew that he had this opportunity, and he was very on point with his usage. Eggs not able to spend the money quick enough. If he had that amount of money in an army from the get-go, a huge difference, even for that last battle, would have been a huge difference. Instead, Master, he wins this tug of war. He wins the seesaw. Whatever. He is going to win this 3-0. Brings out a couple of additional builds as well to show his mastery of this matchup. And he will be advancing into Safe House 2. GG's. Master 3-0 joins Special as the second qualifier for Safe House 2. Second qualified player. There is a second qualifier that is happening next week, of which I do hope to see the likes of Eggs, Foxer, Warren, so on and so forth, trying yet again. And that is it. So now our list of players in Safe House is up to 6. I have to remind myself. So it's going to be Trigger, Dolan, Estrella, Cham, Special, and Master. And then we'll see what happens in next week's qualifier as well. Oh boy, it's been a long day. 4.5-ish hours. Yeah, 4.5 hours exactly. Thank you to everyone who stopped by to watch, who has checked out the Matcherino. Hope you enjoyed the games. Next week will probably be very similar. Let's go ahead and host Up a Tree, who is doing the crowd. He's calling it the Crowd Olympics. I don't quite know what's going on. I'm sure you can ask chat or he'll explain it. But something's happening where you can, I think, significantly interfere with his fun and enjoyment. And isn't that what everyone wants? They just really want to interfere with a streamer's enjoyment. Anyway. We're at 420 viewers. I'd hate to lose that, but it is what it is. I will be back on Monday for, I believe, the Monday Night Open Cup. So we'll see more of the patch with typically more of the European players as well. And yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for the Prime subs today. I'll see y'all later. I didn't miss anything, right? Should probably check before I leave. Nope. All right, we're good then. Bye, everyone. Have a good weekend.